Hmm. Cut in the wrong thing. All right. Here we go. Sorry about that, guys. I had a frayed cable somewhere. We'll be going live here in a second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is that Nirvana? No, no, that's not Nirvana. That's much, much, much older. So what, like Led Zeppelin? Older than Zepp. Not by much, though. Like Slade? No, it's um actually, you know what? I'm not gonna say. Do you guys know who it is? Here, ready? I think it's time we stop Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Thank you, Crazed. Thank you. Someone got it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sitting here over here like, oh no, no one's gonna get it. Crap. What's going down? Everybody's getting DMCA'd. There's bad lines being drawn. Nobody's right, everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds, getting so much resistance. Far behind, it's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going on. Sounds too good. If we get claimed, I'll be amazed, dude. I'd be amazed. Butterfield Day for the heat. What song's that? So that's For What It's Worth. It's from 1966. It's an old song, but I like boomer music, so it's kind of my thing. Here, we'll switch it up. Play Fortunate Son. Play Fortunate Son. I don't know how to. Here. As long as we're pissing everybody off today. It really bummed you out when I learned that For What It's Worth is not about Vietnam or any real political issues of the 60s. It's just about LA cracking down on loitering in front of nightclubs. Yeah, it is what it is, dude. It's still a good tune, man. Was that Immigrant Song? No. Whole Lot of Love. You need cooling, baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna send you back to schooling. Guitar maxing, that's right. So we're waiting for the Mars Sample Return press conference here. So I figure I'd just tune in here for a second, but Give Me Shelter? I don't know how to play that song, dude. Somebody said Brian Johnson. Okay, J-Speed. That will get claimed. That will get claimed. So we will not play the whole song. Is this the mission where NASA said they need ideas from the chat? Yep. Grab some popcorn, indeed. Can you play the May I Help You riff? Like that? I forget where he played. Do you know the Top Gun anthem? Ah, yeah, let me just play that. No. Do you know the NASA press conference music? You need a slide to play 126ers, dude. Any Allman Brothers? I'm not that good, Raymond. Sorry. It's close, Craze, but I can't play like Jimmy. Johnny be good. Hold on. Nope. That was Run Run Rudolph. It's close to that, though. Do you know the Forbidden Riff? I don't know. No Stairway. Denied. Absolution Calling? I can't play that. The Brown Riff? Here you go. Ready? There you go. Oh! Brown. Ready? Brown. There we go. Ready? I can't play that. It's not in the right tune. But Wonderwall, I don't play that. All right, one more. All right. Shall we? Tool? I don't know any Tool songs programmed, to be honest with you. Play this. Nah, I'm good. I don't know how to play Norman Greenbaum, dude. I could try, but... Got any Fleetwood Mac? No, but we did learn how to play the chain on bass one time on stream. That was fun. All right, let's get going. Does that guitar do muted legato? No, that's what I order from Starbucks in the morning. I don't go to Starbucks. That's a joke. That's oh Coltec, you wanted to see the axe. There you go. Look at it. You think it's a Fender, but you think it's a Gibson at the same time. Oh. Today there was an article about the private division buyer. Any news on it, Yuri? Yeah, see, I like this guitar because it's got a humbucker pickup in it, so you can make it sound like a Gibson. So if you want to play AC/DC, you can. But if you want to play like Hendrix or something, you also can. Jerry Wood Fender Stratocaster Squire. My dad gave it to me. It is a very good guitar. I like that guitar a lot. Okay. All right, let's get settled.
Discovery, go
Seymour Duncan pickup. Yep. Honest question, do you order coffee to your house like Uber Eats? Absolutely 100% not. No. The chain, man. Yeah, all right, dude. He's fishing with Ayrton, man. That's what's going on. He had places to be. Predictions for the presser. Honest question, do you order coffee to your house like Uber Eats? Is that common in the USA, though? Alex, like, that's the thing, dude. I could sit here and be like, yeah, some people do that, and then you're going to go, oh my gosh, some people actually do that. Dude, it depends. It really, really, honestly and truly depends. Like, it's such a freaking big place, dude. And I think that's what, like, don't take this the wrong way. I think that's what, like, people from overseas don't really get. Like, this place is freaking huge. Dude, you can, you know, it's like the EU, not like monetarily, but like, okay, you could be in Rome spending euros, right? And then you could take the train to Berlin, same currency, right? Same things, but completely different place, right? The US is very much like that. It's very, very much like that. You know, like you're going to go like, okay, if you live in New York City, right? You might Uber Eats a coffee. Sure, absolutely. I mean, you're going to get boned on a congestion charge nowadays, but whatever. You know, yeah, that happens. Sure. But if you like live in Florida, dude, no, maybe in like an urban center, maybe, but no one is Uber Eating like coffee to their house. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a thing. No, most people that I know brew coffee at home or just go to a Dunkin' to get it. Like, I know a lot of kids, they're younger. The younger generation likes doing a lot of Uber Eats, but dude, like, maybe I'm just old. Uber Eats is expensive. I only get that if I like can't leave the house. But that's just me, guys. I know people like have their groceries delivered and stuff too nowadays, Balk. Like, some people do that, like elderly people do that, but I like going to the store. I like going to the store, and I like carrying cash. I'm a little old school in that regard, but Dunks is super overrated. Cajun, I think you're going into a tunnel or something. Hey, what? Oh, you're gone. Wait, where do you go, guys? He's gone. That's weird. That's so strange. What's cash/S? Don't get me wrong. I still have my cards on me. Sure. I have a card for my business, you know, card for home, etc., etc. But I always carry cash. It's always good to be prepared, guys. Like, I mean, okay, so like, look at it this way. You know, people are like, oh, why do you carry cash? Why do you carry cash? It's so stupid. I just use my card. All right. Well, you never know when you're going to be in a situation where you might need cash and not a card. So even if you use your card all the time, just leave like $40 in your wallet or something. Like, it's not going anywhere. It's not an extra burden. Oh, you're going to carry around these 2 pieces of paper. Oh, no. You know, cash, money talks, dudes. Carry cash around with you. Like, well, once again, that's another thing. Like, it depends on where you are. It really does. But always have cold hard currency on you. The chief of computers will call me a genius, move me to Moscow, and give me $1 million hard currency. I think not. Besides, the Americans are slugheads. They'll never detect me. B-prop! Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Thanks, man. Murray's up there commentating with Jim Clark, Senna, Jochen Rindt, Francois Server, Sterling Moss, Ascari, Alberto Ascari, Juan Manuel Fangio, John Surtees, and Nicky Lauda. I'm sure Nicky's having a good old time. That article from Bloomberg is posted in the Discord. XKSP CM Dakota. Hey, G, what's going on, buddy? How are you? So we're waiting on the press conference here, guys. Hey, Sean.
Discovery, go at
Yo, keep up the awesome work. Thank you. Appreciate it. I lived through a terrible hurricane. Now I'm cold hardcore. Dude, it's like, trust me, just leave some extra cash in your wallet. You never know when you're going to need that. What is this press conference for? Mars sample return. Somebody asked me what do I think it's about? When are you flying out for Flight 7? I do not have an itinerary set yet, Zombie. This is going to end up costing me a good amount of money. New Glenn is screwing me right now. Like, these launches being so damn close together is making this difficult. I might need to go to Flight 8 instead. Just because. But here's the thing. Like, part of me is like, just wait till Flight 8. The other part of me is like, people already bought tickets with the expectation that I'd be there. So I might just take the hit and go. But yeah, new Glenn moving. Dude, this every day I wake up to a new Glenn launch date. You know? Last presser said the MSR mission was going to go from 3 billion to 11 billion, so there's that. Rocket Guy, I mean, do you honestly want my judgment here? Okay. Forgive me for being a little bit cynical, okay? I usually am not like this when it comes to this stuff. Ever since Viper, I've been a little traumatized. Rocket Guy, my guess is that this press conference is there to get MSR on the board with a private contractor before the new administration comes in. Get as much stuff on the board as you possibly can, because I think they're worried about cutting programs, if you really want my honest opinion. Like, I don't mean for that to be a political thing. I think that's what's going on. That's what Jim did. Jim did the same thing with HLS. He announced HLS like right before Bill got into office. Bill was appointed as NASA administrator. This seems to be a pattern here, and it's not. I'm not trying to play partisan sides or whatever. Like, leave that crap out of here, dude. You deal with that stuff every day. I think that they have chosen somebody for MSR, and they did it out of haste. I think. I could be wrong. Like, we could listen to this press conference in 15 minutes, and I could be 100% wrong, and I hope I am. Like, I really do. Rocket Guy, I don't really see any particular way that this is not going to be a multi-billion-dollar mission. I don't really see any particular way. You're designing a bespoke one-off architecture to go and retrieve samples from MSR, Curiosity, and Perseverance. You're designing around retrieving a very specific type of sample. There's a lot of mission constraints that are there already. Like, I don't know, you can't land near the rover. You can't land near the rover. You know, like, you're not going to land near Curiosity or Perseverance, right? It'll damage them. You know, then don't get me wrong, the samples aren't being carried aboard MS Curiosity or Perseverance either. It's mostly Perseverance. I say Curiosity because they're the same type of rover, but you have a lot of mission constraints. This is a very, very complicated mission, and it's bespoke. It's a one-off thing, which there's no way this is not going to cost a lot of money. And don't get me wrong, I'm always sure, let's do it, but I think it would be much better. I think NASA, above all else, needs a rebaseline. They need a rebaseline. You have to. You need to design around something, okay? You need to design around something, and you need to design around a flight cadence, right? So, okay, let's say Rocket Lab gets this contract. And don't get me wrong, I love Rocket Lab. This is just an example. Does Sir Peter Beck and Rocket Lab have the chops to do this? Absolutely. How are you getting it there? Are you using an electron to get it there? Are you using a neutron? Will neutron be done in time for a transfer window? You remember, like, this is a complicated thing, dudes. This is not, oh, just send it to Mars and just go. You have transfer windows, right? You have to there's a very specific landing site. You have a lot of cutouts in your launch window. What if it's too windy the day that you go to launch? Blue Origin, look, they missed Escapade. They missed the transfer window for Escapade because New Glenn wasn't ready. And dude, that is not a hit against Blue either. Blue is doing amazing stuff. Like, I'm not trying to go bark up their tree, you know what I mean? I hope it is mostly good news. The pressure should be an update on expected costs, a review of the commercial entities putting in proposals, and discussion on the architecture since we last heard. MSR will not just be NASA centered. See, I disagree with that. I really don't. Because this is such a bespoke one-off mission, NASA should do it in-house. Because there's a very specific set of parameters that you need to do here. Mars sample return, drummer. There's a very, very specific amount of criteria here for this mission. Bespoke one-off stuff for science needs to be done by NASA. It could fly on a commercial rocket, though. But, yeah, and it has to be designed around a transfer window, you know? Like, this is a tough mission. This is a tough mission. I mean, I think 2025 will be Blue's year and launch point, literally. So many good things in from them currently playing in poise. They've been hedging their bets for a long time, Rocket Guy. Anybody that's kind of familiar with how the industry works, yeah, could tell you that, right? Like, they're doing good work. There's Blue Ring. There's their space station. Their space station project that they're working on. Obviously, New Glenn is front and center, right? Working on reusable rockets, working on landers, working on in-flight refueling with hydrolox architectures. That's really good. I'm really happy with that. That's really nice stuff. Yeah, and we finally will have a competitor to Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, which is great. That's great, man. Excellent. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. This is a hard mission, man. Mars sample return is no joke. Now, I would prefer if it was folded into a much bigger architecture. Like, if you're gonna make a bespoke, like, one-off lander to go and get this stuff, and then one-off launch vehicle, why not use Mars sample return as an excuse to test a Martian ascent and descent vehicle, rocket like MADV or something? That makes a lot more sense to me. You know, because at the very least, you get a Mars SSTO out of this. And a sample return, right? Like, so, okay. If you guys don't know what MADV is, let me show you. It's from architecture that Lockheed Martin is proposing called Basecamp. It's Lockheed's Mars architecture. MADV is a hydrolox-based SSTO for Mars. Yeah, that's MADV, a Martian ascent and descent vehicle. It's basically kind of, the front of it is kind of a shuttle, and the back of it is basically a Centaur stage. Well, it's a little more complicated than that, but you get the idea. Like, why not use that to test this? and center that around, MADV testing. Do a MADV testing regime for Mars sample return, and then the money that you folded into Mars sample return, right, now can be used as a human-rated lander for Mars. So now you can build your architecture around aero capturing, right? You could build your architecture around aero capturing around Mars and refueling in low Martian orbit, and then going down to the surface, et cetera, et cetera. And then at the same time, you'll have starships doing direct descent. Starships can build the infrastructure for MADV to work, and themselves too, right? And then you can refuel your transfer vehicles in LMO, low Martian orbit. This all, that's what I mean about a much wider architecture. You need this, we're going to use a modified Viking lander. And that Viking lander is going to have a one-off style prospecting thing that's going to go pick up the samples, reinsert them in the lander, and then the lander is also going to be a launch pad. You have to make a Martian ascent and descent vehicle for a Mars sample return. Why not use that as a test to test your Martian ascent and descent vehicle? See, that's what I mean. The scope is way too granular here, in my opinion, in my direct opinion. Now, don't get me wrong, guys. NASA hasn't announced anything yet, but didn't they have contamination on the most recent sample they returned from the moon? Shouldn't they perfect the sampling process before sending something to Mars? You're not going to know unless you go and do it. That would be cool, but we need a complete redesign and an entirely new program, since otherwise this would be all scope creep for the very focused goals of MSR. I think NASA is getting go fever for MSR, sadly. That's what I'm saying, dude. Rocket, you know good and well, man. You work in the industry. These contracts, I'm going to use the word, the contracting structure that is set up for the Artemis program right now for certain parts of it is not tenable. No way. Not because it's, easy, but because it is hard. Not because it's untenable. Because you can't fund a space program you can't procure with cost plus. That's stupid. Using procurement for cost plus is dumb. The entire program needs a refactoring, the whole thing. The whole thing. You need to roll over SLS from development contracts, because it clearly works, right? Development contracts into block buying. The heck with this cost plus long lead bull crap that's going on. That needs to stop. That is slow and sustainable, but slow and sustainable is not going to get you anywhere right now, because by the time you get people to the moon, SpaceX will have somebody near Mars, if we keep going at this rate. At least with a flyby or something. Side note, do I think Elon's goals for Mars are ambitious? Yeah, they always are. They always have been. That's the one thing you can take into account, that the guy is very ambitious about his goals for his company. But that's what gets stuff done. Consider that. What are the concepts that NASA is considering? Cryo-nickel, they had a bespoke one-off thing that NASA was doing with no concrete deadlines and no accountability, and then NASA axed that a couple years ago and said, we're going to have commercial try to build us a bespoke architecture instead. All right. Yeah, Rocket Guy had a better summary than that. The original baseline was to have ESA develop an orbiter that would go into Mars orbit. Then I think it was Lockheed that would develop a lander and ascent vehicle. That lander and ascent vehicle is derived from Viking, which... When's this presser supposed to start? Very soon, actually. Let me get it up here. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. You need to let it out. Well, RC, I'm just sick of compromising, dude. NASA's made compromise after compromise after compromise after compromise, and now they're in a position where the commercial market's just going to overtake them, and then NASA turns into a regulatory body. No engineer or scientist wants to work for a regulatory body. The only people that want to work for a regulatory body are bureaucrats, so NASA becomes the FAA for space, which is stupid. That's a waste. That is a waste. huge waste of resources and a huge loss for our national space program. I don't like it, and it needs to be fixed immediately. Yeah, that's it, man. You can't. Some of the stuff that NASA does is okay. A good example would be this. Here, let me show you. A good example would be this. The government has a different use for things than the commercial sector, right? Like that. Good example. Hey, doctors, 21-month resub. The Grumman Long Life vehicle, right? This thing, the LLV. It's a great vehicle. Grumman actually designed it. It's all made out of aluminum on a Chevy S10 chassis, if you really want to know. The LLV is a specialized post van. It's specially made for delivering the mail, and it's damn good at it, right? Because, so is that an Amazon truck? Is it a FedEx truck? Is it a UPS truck? No. No, it serves an entirely different purpose, but it does similar things. That is the example that I'm going, that's the example that I'm putting forward because, you know, at the end of the day, NASA does launch their own rockets, right? They have SLS, right? They should launch their own rockets because their rockets, the needs for a rocket that's specifically designed to do scientific exploration and scientific exploration and understanding, the needs for that type of rocket is not necessarily what the commercial market needs. Case in point, Saturn V. That's a very, very good example. The Saturn V has no place in a commercial market. Still, to this day. Nobody's looking for a 120-ton expendable vehicle, 120-ton mass with a 6.6 meter fairing, 120 metric tons to low Earth orbit, 6.6 meter fairing for the commercial market. No one's looking for that. No one needs that. There's no market for it. And NASA's job is to take stuff that has no market and make a market for it. NASA's job by definition is to do scientific, aeronautical, and space research that the commercial market just would deem too risky of an investment. That's the whole point. That is the point of NASA. That is why NASA was made. That's why they were funded, to advance aeronautical and space research so we could further get out into the stars. It's our avenue for doing that, but NASA's about to be eclipsed by a commercial contractor. And then what does NASA do? If NASA's not at the forefront of space exploration, then what? About to be, yeah, exactly, Median, right? I'm not even going to mention the duck car. That thing is so stupid. The contract procurement for that is idiotic, and whoever signed off on it, it just... Don't get me started on that. I'm not gonna say nothing. But it doesn't make sense for them to be building things like transfer vehicles and probes and landers rather than the rockets to get those payloads up at that point. Siret, here's the thing. If NASA wants to procure a commercial launch option for in-house operations, I'm okay with that. For example, I'll keep the cool music in the background. For example, say Starship works, and it works excellent, and it does everything that Elon wants it to do. NASA should buy a couple. Buy a couple Starships. Not just rent Starship space. They should have a Starship fleet, similar to how they operated the space shuttle. Right? Here. That's worked very, very well in the past. Procuring stuff for scientific exploration and understanding. That's worked really well in the past. A Starship with the NASA paint job and blue stripes? Sure, absolutely. Starships that are specifically designed for scientific exploration, I'm okay with that. That's fine. If you want to do that, sure. But NASA should never farm out they should never farm out the entire launch architecture. NASA needs to retain in-house operations, and that includes launching. Hey, James, Tier 2, 93 months. Thanks, man. Is this music okay for YouTube? Yes. Yeah, exactly, Space Coast. NASA has their own aircraft fleet. They have Gulfstreams, they have T-38s, they have WB-57s, they had 747s, they got rid of all of them. They had Convair 990s, C-141s. They had a whole fleet of this stuff. If they want to procure starships for their own operations, sure, absolutely. I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. But relying entirely on SpaceX to move like a SpaceX launch and operations being the key word here, to move into space is no, bad idea. Don't do that. They had SR-71s. There you go. F-15s, F-18s. Yeah, there you go. What is the greatest achievement in NASA? Think about it. Miniaturization of digital electronics, Tanit. Yeah. Yeah. Shrinking a computer enough to be able to fit on a spacecraft within your mass margins is the reason why you have a smartphone right now. That's the reason why that exists. Yeah.
Hello, and thank you for standing by.
Here we go.
At this time, I'd like to remind all parties that have dialed in for the conference that this call is being recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Your line is also on a listen-only mode until the question and answer session of today's conference. If you would like to ask a question, please press star 1 on your phone. Please ensure that your phone is unmuted and state your name and affiliation clearly when prompted. Again, that is star 1 to ask a question. Please stand by for the conference to begin.
Star 1. All right. Well, I'm going to get my notebook out. My ESA notebook. We're gonna take some notes here. So what I'm gonna do here, guys, is I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna take notes. Okie dokie. So if you see me just staring down like this, I'm writing stuff. I'm writing stuff down. Yeah, Space Ghost, I prefer to listen during press conferences, not ask questions. Please stay on the line. Your call is very important to us. All of our operators are currently busy. Thank you for holding. Did you know that NASA is returning to the forefront of space exploration by sending people to the moon sometime in this decade? For more updates on NASA's Artemis program, hit star 3. Did you know that NASA has had somebody on orbit since December of 2000? NASA has operated a continual presence in low Earth orbit for 24 years. For more information about the ISS program, please hit star 5. Oh, okay.
And Mira Bernstein with NASA's Office of Communications. Welcome to the update on NASA's Mars Sample Return Program. Here in the room with me, we have NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, and on the phone we have Nikki Fox, NASA Associate Administrator, Science Mission Directorate. Each of our speakers will share opening remarks, and then we will take questions from reporters on the phone line. Also available to take questions are Jeff Grambling, Mars Sample Return Program Director, and Danya Douglas Bradshaw, Mars Sample Return Deputy Director. Reporters can enter *1 on your phone to be entered into the question queue at any time. So first, I will turn it over to NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
Hey, everybody. Since February of 2021, the Perseverance rover has been collecting samples on Mars from the lake bed of the Jezero crater, up the sides of the crater, at the location where a river once came into that lake, and it's going up onto the rim of the crater. And at the end of the day, we'll have about 30 samples, all sealed, that are cores that have been drilled, that are about the size of a cigar, sealed in titanium tubes, all about the size of a cigar. And as that plan had proceeded, it continued to be delayed as to when we would get the samples back, and the cost began to accelerate to the point that earlier this past year, it was thought that it could be as much as $11 billion, and you would not even get the samples back till 2040. Well, that was just simply unacceptable. It was my decision that, in consultation with everyone, we pulled the plug on it. And in April of this past year, announced that NASA would go out and seek innovative new designs on how to return the samples to Earth, and to have that at a much less cost, and to return those samples in the decade of the 2030s. Lower not only the cost, but the risk and the mission complexity. And so a Mars sample return strategy review team is what its name was. It was formed to assess those proposals that would come in and offer suggestions on a new architecture. So we're telling you today where we're going forward on this. All the work that has taken place since April of 24. NASA is going to explore two potential, in other words, two options, architecture possibilities. And the decision over the course of time, with all the engineering that has to go into it, the final decision is likely to come in 2026. So option number one is to use what has already been previously tested and successfully used on the entry, descent, and landing capabilities, and that's the Sky Crane. And it's been used twice successfully on Curiosity and Perseverance. The second architecture, or option two, is looking at the possibility of going into commercial capabilities of a heavy lander with existing commercial partners. Either of these two options are creating a much more simplified, faster, and less expensive version than the original plan. So, for example, utilizing the sky crane approach with a direct return to Earth by a European Space Agency return vehicle, which has been planned all along. And by the way, there were people that have asked NASA to look at a cislunar return, of which then that would necessitate, once you've got it, the sample in cislunar, then you've got to go and get it. NASA's preference, even though there is a division of opinion here, NASA's preference is that we have a direct return. So with the sky crane option, you're looking at cost in the range of $6.6 billion to $7.7 billion. That's a far cry from $11 billion. With the heavy lift vehicle, and what do I mean by heavy lift? I'm talking about utilizing commercial partners. You all know that SpaceX and Blue Origin have already been ones that have expressed an interest, but it could be others as well. And a team is evaluating and researching all industry capabilities to include the schedule and the budget to determine the best strategy going forward. And that includes these commercial providers. So with the heavy lift commercial providers, the estimate on the cost would be from a low of $5.8 billion to a high of $7.1 billion. And the direct return would be in the range as early as 2035, but it could go out to 2039. Now, a good reason of why it could get extended out is if the Congress and the new administration do not respond.
Told you.
We're talking about this fiscal year getting the money to get this thing going. We're talking about fiscal year 25, of which we're already in since October the 1st. It should have at least $300 million. The variation in both the House and the Senate is at $200 million for Mars sample return. The House is, I think, somewhere in the range of $600 million. So I'm stating to you at this point that the bottom line of $300 million is what the Congress ought to consider. And if they want to get this thing back on a direct return earlier, they're going to have to put more money into it, even more than $300 million in fiscal year 25. So, and that would be the case every year going forward. So that is an outline. I'm going to turn it over to our Associate Administrator, Nikki Fox. Dr. Fox, take it away.
Thank you so much, Administrator Nelson. Appreciate those remarks. Of course, nobody needs a reminder that at NASA we do extraordinary science research in extraordinary places, and of course Mars is one of those. The samples that we have been collecting on Mars are very carefully selected to provide these groundbreaking opportunities for research, and bringing them back will revolutionize our understanding of the planet Mars and indeed our place in the solar system. We explore Mars as part of our ongoing efforts to safely send humans to explore farther and farther into the solar system, while also kind of getting to the bottom of whether Mars once supported ancient life and shedding light on the early solar system. The samples that we have taken by Perseverance actually predate. They are older than any of the samples, rocks that we could take here on Earth. So it allows us to kind of investigate what the early solar system was like before life began here on Earth, which is amazing. Right now, of course, Mars is a barren planet, with the only inhabitants on Mars being our robotic rovers, our robotic explorers. So the Mars Sample Return Program remains the next step for us to be able to study samples from the planet Mars. It's humanity's first mission to bring scientific samples from any planet right back here to Earth for study using our state-of-the-art facilities. So they'll not only help NASA prioritize which areas of the red planet might be the most fruitful for our future astronaut-led research, but they'll also lead to more incredible scientific discoveries about what life might have been like here on Earth, or rather what Earth was like before life, as well as what life might have been like on Mars, and indeed what it could look like in the future. Perseverance, we love to think of as the first stage of our Mars Sample Return mission. It's very healthy and stable, and it has been diligently collecting samples for their scientific potential. So right now it's filled 28 sample tubes. 22 of those are different types of rock. 2 are regolith, 1 is an atmospheric sample, and 3 are witness tubes. That leaves us with 13 tantalizing tubes still left to be filled. This is really extraordinary science, and we can't wait to study in more detail and in ways that, honestly, we just can't do robotically on the surface of Mars. So therefore, it is of utmost importance to us that we bring back these samples to Earth as quickly as possible. And of course, to do that, we needed to get very creative. So the administrator went into a high-level kind of overview of what our Mars sample return architecture possibilities could look like, and I'm just going to go into a little bit more detail for you. So as he said, we are exploring 2 new landing options. One is to leverage technology that we've previously used to land both Perseverance and Curiosity on Mars. The other is to leverage options from industry. Both of these options would use a redesigned landing platform, and that platform would carry the Mars Ascent Vehicle to the surface of Mars. It would also replace the solar panels with a radioisotope power system. That may sound like we're making it more complicated, but actually that provides power and heat through the dust storm season on Mars. And so that actually allows us to reduce complexity, and it opens up, it actually allows us to bring back the samples earlier. We will require a redesign of the sample loading system onto the lander. And so that's basically how we get the samples into the orbiting sample container. The redesign will allow us to simplify the backward planetary protection approach. So it eliminates any accumulation of dust on the outside of the sample container. So this is a new approach to actually loading the samples into the container. That allows us to have a simplified capture, containment, and return system. The orbiting sample container will contain all 30 of those precious sample tubes, and it will also still rely on the European Space Agency's Earth Return Orbiter to capture the orbiting sample container in the Mars orbit. The administrator thanked Professor Maria Zuba and her team, but I do want to add my thanks also for their incredible work. And I also want to take a moment to thank all of the teams who participated in the studies. All of their efforts have really enabled these revised architecture options that allow us to return and maximize the use of heritage systems throughout the architectures. It allows us to really minimize risk, and therefore we feel that we are very confident that we can return all 30 samples before 2040 and for less than the $11 billion as the administrator already described. Just to kind of hit those one more time, This requires us going back to the heritage Skycrane landing or using a commercially enabled large mass delivery system. It lowers the mass of the Mars ascent vehicle. It lowers both the mass and the complexity of the sample retriever lander, and that really is enabled by that smaller Mars ascent vehicle. It allows us to go back to a heritage robotic arm, so essentially using the spare for the Perseverance rover. It replaces the power for the sample return landing system to the radioisotope thermal generator. It has this kind of innovative break-the-chain method starting on the surface of Mars that allows us to really simplify the backward planetary protection. That enables us to simplify the capture, containment, and return system. And it also reduces a lot of organizational complexity. And once again, it really lowers the risk on the mission. So we're really excited about this. As always, my priority is to find a path forward for Mars sample return within a balanced overall science program, so that NASA science continues to deliver every second of every day for the benefit of all. And all of these new possibilities that we've outlined today will help achieve that. It'll help us achieve delivering this science for everybody. It will allow us to bring back the samples earlier, so the United States can continue to lead the world in its mission to explore the next frontier for humanity, or Mars. So I very much look forward to announcing more updates throughout now and into 2026. And of course, I really look forward to bringing back these precious samples back to Earth. So with that, I'll toss it back to you, Mira. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now turn to questions. You can press *1 on your phone to be entered into the question queue at any time. Your phones are on mute now, and the operator will open your mic when we're ready and close your mic after you ask your question. Please identify to whom your question is directed, and please respect everyone's time by asking only one question. And if we have time, we'll move to a second round. So with that, I will turn it over to the operator for questions.
Thank you. Our first question comes from Marcia Dunn with AP. Your line is open.
Yes, hi, thank you. I know the original plan involved, seemed like a dozen or more spacecraft coming and going. How many spacecraft vehicle are we talking about for option 1 and 2? How many fewer spacecraft and launches than the original plan? Thank you.
Nikki, I want you or your team to answer that. I just want to underscore what Nikki said. It's a simplified architecture. It is cleaning the tubes on the surface of Mars instead of doing that in the return vehicle, the European return vehicle. It's a simplified catcher's mitt program. It's using one of the already created arms for Perseverance as the means by which of transferring the tubes out of Perseverance over into the lander, which then transfers them into the Mars ascent vehicle. So the architecture all the way around, she mentioned also the generation of electricity and the reason that needed to be changed. So the whole system not only is smaller in volume and smaller in weight, but is a much more simplified system all the way through. Go ahead, Nikki.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Thanks for the question, Marcia. So it doesn't actually reduce the number of we still need to launch, so there's still a launch of the landing system, and there's still the MAV to launch from the surface of Mars, and there's still the Earth return orbiter to essentially return the samples back to Earth. There's no sort of easy way to get rid of any of these elements. These elements are there throughout. It's just really focusing on simplifying each of those pieces, as the administrator just said. But the actual launch and landing hardware, the number, the tally remains the same.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Jeff Faust with Space News. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. Question for her, either the administrator or Dr. Fox. What exactly is NASA going to be doing between now and sometime in 2026 when you make the decision on the architectures? What are you going to be studying over the next year plus? What sort of level of maturity in the designs are you going to get to before you make a decision? Thanks.
Yeah, great question. And thanks, Mr. Administrator. Thanks, Jeff. Great question. So we will be working very hard on the engineering design for each of these solutions. So even though we say, it's the Heritage Sky Crane landing system, of course it is a very high heritage landing system, but the actual, it needs to be about 20% bigger than the Sky Crane that landed Perseverance. And so there is the engineering that goes into that piece. There is the engineering study that goes into looking at how to produce that lower mass Mars ascent vehicle. So there's all of the kind of it's almost the normal engineering that we would do to get it up to the preliminary design, the PDR level maturity. And the milestone for that is mid 2026. And so at that point, we would expect that each of these elements would have got their engineering design up to PDR level, and then we would be ready to go for agency confirmation. There are obviously, for any industry provided elements, there would be milestones for them to demonstrate in that plan as well, so that when we get to that decision point, we have all the information we need to be able to make the right decision for the mission.
Next question.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Nell Greenfeld-Boyce with NPR. Your line is open.
Thank you for having this briefing. Happy New Year. Administrator Nelson, you mentioned there was a difference of opinion on direct return to Earth versus, say, putting samples in lunar orbit. Why does NASA prefer direct return to Earth? And also, you mentioned the Mars sample return strategy review team. What recommendations did they have that you all chose not to pursue? Thank you.
Thanks. Nikki, pick up on the specifics, but let me just say, if you send the sample into cislunar, then you've got the additional cost, engineering, and time to have to go retrieve it and bring it to Earth. And if you can bring it safely on the European return vehicle straight to Earth, that's why NASA's preference is to have direct return. Yes, there was a difference of opinion on that team, and I'll let Nikki speak to that.
Thanks so much. Actually, you nailed it. That's exactly why we prefer the direct to Earth. It actually, overall, it reduces complexity because there's one less element. Otherwise, you almost have to add a fourth leg to Mars sample return to go and find the off in cislunar and return it to Earth. It does add cost in the near years because you are moving ahead with, you're kind of trying to do everything in parallel, but there's significant cost added in the out years if we have to budget to actually go and get those samples back from cislunar. So there was some discussion with the review team about which path to go forward, and they provided options for both the cislunar as well as the direct Earth return. We chose to try and move ahead with the direct Earth return. It does bring the samples back sooner, and as I say, it reduces complexity and actually reduces overall cost for the mission.
Next question.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Joey Roulette with Reuters. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you. This question, I guess, is for anyone who wants to answer. I was wondering if you could detail some of the ideas that the companies proposed for these missions and what the pros and cons would be between choosing the commercial version instead of the Sky Crane option. Thanks.
Nikki?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as I said, there are going to be milestones to show that both paths forward would actually be able to return the samples on the schedule that we want to do. I don't really want to go into a lot of details about what was in the individual studies because there is proprietary information in there. So I'll speak more generally that we've tried to sort of all the goodness that I listed, all those great ideas that we took to actually simplify the mission, all of those came from the various different studies, either from industry or from our internal NASA or JPL or APL studies that came in. There were different concepts for how to land on Mars. We looked at each of those concepts. We sort of boiled it down to going with a higher heritage sky crane when we were able to actually do the engineering simplifications to actually allow us to be able to use a sky crane, basically getting the mass down of the landed mass. And then in the industry studies, some of those had a kind of sky crane architecture. Some of them had powered landings, and some of them had a large landing capability.
Wonder what that is.
Question. Thank you. Our next question comes from Joel Achenbach with Washington Post. Your line is open.
Thank you so much. One question is, were you hoping to make a final decision by now? I mean, you're not deciding finally whether you're going to go one path or the other. Why can't you decide now which is the best option? And just to clarify one thing, the sky crane method, would that be a JPL operation since they invented the sky crane? Thank you.
Nikki, you take the last part on the sky crane. The reason Nikki has explained that they need to flesh out all of the possibilities of what's required in the engineering for the commercial option. We want to have the quickest, cheapest way to get these 30 samples back. And the next reason to answer your question is, this is going to be a function of the new administration in order to fund this. And it's an appropriation that has to start right now, fiscal year 25. And it's going to have to continue on. It's going to have to continue at a level that you could get either with the heavy lift vehicles, get back in a direct return in 2035, as opposed to stretching it out in the decade. It's going to be a direct function of how the appropriations goes. So for those two reasons is why we are at the point of announcing to you the two options today. With regard to the sky crane, Nikki?
Yeah, thanks so much, Bill. So yes, I mean, to put it really bluntly, JPL is our is our Mars center in NASA science. So regardless of which path we go forward with, JPL will have a key role moving forward. They are the ones with the experience of landing on Mars, as you noted, Joel. They are the people who landed us on Mars together with our industry partners. So they would be moving forward regardless of which path with a key role in the Mars sample return.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Issam Ahmed with AFP. Your line is open.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify that in both the legacy and the private options, would you still be using the Mars Ascent vehicle, the European return lander? And if you could just sort of flesh out a little bit more what the cislunar versus direct options look like in terms of the trajectory, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
The answer is yes to both of your questions. Go ahead, Nikki.
Thank you. So yes, the Earth Return Orbiter is a key piece of both of the paths forward. The Mars Ascent Vehicle, yes, we definitely need a way to get off the planet. It's hard to land on Mars. Man, it's hard to get off Mars. We're very excited about working with our partners on continuing to look for ways to do that. The enabling piece in the new architecture, I can't say this enough, the enabling piece in the new architecture was really being able to get that smaller nav, the smaller Mars Ascent Vehicle that allowed us to go back to the Sky Crane, which is really, really key. But yes, we would require a Mars Ascent Vehicle in both of the scenarios. Some of the engineering work that needs to be done is looking at the launch loads that would be on the landing system on either one of the two paths. You have to be able to, in order to have a Mars Ascent Vehicle that's ready to ascend from Mars, it needs to survive the landing. And so there is some engineering work that would need to be done on, exactly what the Mars Ascent Vehicle needs to look like in order to be able to do that. That is part of the work that we'll be doing in the next year, coming into that decision point mid-2026. But both of those are very key. And then you asked for a little more details on the direct to Earth versus the cislunar. If you kind of think of the direct to Earth as a sort of OSIRIS-REx type operation where there is an Earth flyby and the sort of return piece is dropped with parachutes in the same way, very, very similar to the way that we returned those OSIRIS-REx samples. So that would be that's the direct to Earth trajectory. Coming into cislunar, obviously it's a different trajectory, but it allows capture by the moon. Then the kind of return piece would stay in orbit around cislunar, pending us sending something up to return it. I'm actually going to ask Jeff Gramling if he would like to add anything about the specifics of the different trajectory. Not hearing Jeff. He was having trouble with his phone. Danya Douglas Bradshaw, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Nikki. Thank you. Nothing more specific to add beyond what you said. Just that it would be, as you said, in a lunar orbit, and we need a spacecraft and a system to go up and grab it and return it back to Earth.
Okay, thanks, John. All right, back to you, Mira.
Yeah, next question.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Gina Sanseri with ABC News. Your line is open.
Thank you. This is for the administrator. Sir, if you had ever woken up at night and said, gosh, I just need this technology to work, what would that be to make this easier?
Would you ask your question again, please?
Sure, Mr. Administrator. Did you ever wake up in the middle of the night and say, oh, come on, if this technology existed, this would make this so much easier for us?
Well, the very reason that we pulled the plug was this thing had gotten out of control. Now, you can ask the question, since one of the options that's being considered is the Sky Crane, why, when this was originally being designed, was it being designed with a much larger lander so they could not employ the already existing and successful Sky Crane? And of course, if you build a bigger and so-called better mousetrap, it's going to be more complicated and it's going to get more costly. And fortunately, we saw that the money was just not going to be there, not only with the Office of Management and Budget, but with the Congress as well, that if you recall, that it's the years, fiscal year 24 and 25, that the overall federal budget was cut back, having nothing to do with NASA, but NASA was part of the recipient of those cuts to the tune of $5 billion over that 2 years, about $2.5 billion a year. And you simply can't do everything that you want to do with less dollars. And so that took us right directly to the Mars sample return that was just continuing to escalate in cost. And I think what our wizards at NASA have figured out is that they've come up now with a solution to get the successful objective that we want to achieve. And that is we want to return 30 titanium tubes as soon as possible at the cheapest price. And I am very happy that they've come up with these alternatives.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Bill Harwood with CBS News. Your line is open.
Thank you very much. This is for the administrator as well. In any of your discussions with the new or the proposed incoming administrator or the administration, have you gotten any sense of their willingness to support this mission in some form? I mean, I realize, you haven't been able to go into great detail, but I'm just wondering what the mood seems to be is from your perspective of the incoming administration to support a mission that will still be very costly. Thanks.
Bill, I have not. That has been handed by the formal transition apparatus. So the answer is no. I have not had those conversations, but I think it was a responsible thing to do, not to hand the new administration just one alternative if they want to have a Mars sample return, which I can't imagine that they don't. I don't think we want the only sample return coming back on a Chinese spacecraft. And that's just simply a grab and go kind of mission, whereas ours has been a very methodical process with not only perseverance, but a scout named Ingenuity. To find different samples of different layers showing different ages of material and rocks. And it's going to give quite a history when we bring back those 30 samples, quite a history of what Mars was like millions of years ago when there was water in that lake and there was water coming down that river. And the big question, was there life millions of years ago? So I think that the administration will certainly conclude that they want to proceed. So what we wanted to do was to give them the best possible options so that they can go from here.
Next question, please.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Stephen Clark with ARS Technica. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. I have several questions, but I'll try to limit it to one or two for the administrator. This may be a provocative question, so I beg your pardon, but how does deferring a decision on an architecture for another year or more, inspire confidence that you'll be able to get the samples back sooner than the original date of 2040? Where is the sense of urgency with Perseverance aging, and of course you mentioned China planning their own sample return mission. And secondly, for either Jeff Grambling or Donia Douglas Bradshaw, with the commercial options under review over the next year, are you planning to fund any study contracts with them, put out an RFP or any sort of announcement for NASA funding to study their technologies and do some early development work for these options? Thanks.
Okay, and Steve, your first question was what?
Steve? What's that, Ellen?
I'm not sure he can come back, actually. Okay. He was asking, really, I think the essence was, why are we waiting a year and how does that enable the new administration to make a decision when we're obviously trying to do this as fast as possible?
And I think you explained that in the engineering that has to go into an evaluation. You want to run that by again?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we will spend the next year doing all of the engineering to get us to a point where we can make, it isn't just actually making the decision on which path to go forward. Whichever path we go forward with, there is a lot of engineering work to do, whether it is, doing the work on the sky crane, whether it is working with a commercial partner to assess the capability of a commercially provided large mass delivery system. It is working on getting the finalizing the design of a lower mass Mars ascent vehicle, etc. Finalizing how we're going to do the sample collection on the surface of Mars and lowering that backward planetary protection constraint. So it is whichever path we go forward with, there is work to be done to get us to a point where we can say, yes, yea, verily, this is the mission we're going to go forward with, this is when we confirm the budget, this is when we confirm the schedule. Steve, you know that as KDPC in NASA speak, that is our confirmation review, and there is work, there is quite intensive engineering work that needs to be done to get us to that point with either of the two paths. And so it is about getting that work done, and then in sort of mid-26, actually having everything at that maturity level for us to be able to actually confirm the mission and move forward. And we are ready, kind of poised in the starter's blocks to be ready to start doing that engineering, pending obviously support for the mission moving forward.
And Steve, the function of when the sample return could be done is a function of the administration making a decision on how much money they want to spend. And that is the province of the new administration that comes in. The path that we've set now also is a path that would launch the European return vehicle, would launch in the year 2030. And all of this stuff, and so expenditures have got to be made now in order to get all of this done, even though the final engineering on just the question of the lander, there's all these other things that have to be developed as well. The catcher's mitt, the cleaning of the tubes, the new kind of electrical generation, all the lander itself, which the arm, the utilization of an arm that has already been developed for perseverance, all of those are expenditures that have to start now. So it's not like you're not doing anything until 26 when you determine your final determination of what is going to be actually the lander.
And there was a second part of the question that I think you wanted Jeff or Danya to answer about the path forward for including industry. Jeff Gramling, I think you're on now.
Can you hear me, Nikki?
Yes, I can. Yeah. Do you want to hit
Right.
that one, Jeff?
Yeah, great. So yes, I think the question was what's the plan to get procurements out to enable the dual path approach? So the answer is we would like to get those in place as soon as possible. We've begun conversations with our Office of Procurement to do that, and we're working to put a plan together here in the next couple months for agency approval, and we're looking to get those done as soon as possible so that we can have the maturity that we're looking for at the agency confirmation review that Nikki was talking about.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. We're going to try and get through a few more questions before we have to hop. So next question, please.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Alexandria Whitsey with Nature Magazine. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. My question is about timing. If there's a decision point in mid-2026, what is the earliest possible launch date for each of the two options, and how do you get all that work done between mid-2026 and that launch date?
So thanks for the question. I'll sort of answer the second bit first, which is, we'll put together a really comprehensive schedule to show that we can do all of the work. And that's just kind of business as usual. We do move fast once we confirm the missions to move ahead with getting all that technical work done. The earliest possible launches that we would be looking at would be 2030 for the Earth Return Orbiter and 2031 for the other piece, the Sample Return Lander.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you. Our next question is from Alan Woodward with Wall Street Journal. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks so much for taking my question. This is for the administrator. So MSR is a flagship program that historically would have always been run in-house. And, so we're broaching the possibility of enhanced, more commercial participation to cut costs. Sort of what does that say, I guess, about the state of NASA and its centers or JPL, as you said, it is Mars specifically to sort of pull off flagships?
It says that we have not only commercial partners, but international partners as well. And here's a good example of MSR. You see that in the going to the moon with humans and ultimately on to Mars. You see that we're going back in a different way, not a way that we did half a century ago, which it was just entirely government. This time it's with commercial partners and with international partners.
Yes, just to add to that, it's a great question, and we have just a long, rich history in NASA science of working very closely with our commercial industry and our international partners, as Bill just said. If you look at the James Webb Space Telescope, the flagship of all flagships, and that was built largely out of house in industry. This is not unusual for us to turn to our industry partners and infuse all of their wisdom and their technology into our NASA flagship missions, and that has really been across the board. You can look at any one of our flagship missions and look at all of the industry that are actually taking part in that. And in fact, I think we sometimes it's exciting to work on the NASA missions, and we can actually drive some technology and drive capability in our international partners as well because of the really exciting targets that we have with NASA science. So this is not at all an unusual approach for us to do this.
Next question.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Denise Chow with NBC. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you. This is for Administrator Nelson. I'm wondering how much of NASA's decision-making up until this point and also until you have a final decision in 2026 will be guided by trying to at least stay competitive with China's plans for a sample return from Mars and how important that is. Thank you.
You cannot compare the two. Ours, as I explained earlier, is an extremely well thought out mission created by the scientific community of the world as to what are various sites in and around the Jezero crater that will give us a picture of the historical record millions of years ago when there was water there. And the total number of samples is, I think, upwards of 40, but there are 10 that were placed on the surface on an earlier iteration that was, again, a very expensive iteration that was to fly a lander back with a helicopter that was going to pick up the 10 samples. That was a fallback position if something happened to Perseverance. This one, they are confident that Perseverance is working where it can crawl over to the lander And of course, the lander would be landing near Perseverance in its location at that particular time. And so you compare that to at least what has been said publicly by the Chinese government, and that is that they're just going to have a mission to grab and go. Go to a landing site of their choosing, grab a sample, and go. That does not give you the comprehensive look for the science community. So you cannot compare the two missions. Now, will people say that there's a race? Well, of course, people will say that. But it's two totally different missions.
Next question.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Irene Klotz with Aviation Week. Your line is open.
Thanks very much. I think this question's probably for Nikki. Can you generically describe the differences between option 1 and option 2 as far as what hardware and components would not be needed if NASA decided or Congress decided to go a commercial heavy route? It's a little, without getting into proprietary things, it's a little unclear. You've elaborated on the components that are similar, but I haven't really picked up on what exactly is different and how you sort of square off Sky Crane versus anything else, if that's indeed the crux of it. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a really great question, actually. I think I've highlighted all the similarities and not the differences, so I appreciate the question. So really, the main difference is in the landing mechanism. One is the high heritage Sky Crane landing that you have seen. That's the system, the same system as we use to land Perseverance and Curiosity. With the large mass delivery, we obviously do need to work with our commercial partners to really get details of what that would look like. That is the ability to get a large amount of mass to the surface of Mars. It would be certainly a greater amount of mass than a Sky Crane could land. And so that is exciting for us. It's an enabling thing as we look to the future. It's an enabling thing both for NASA science as well as NASA exploration to be able to take these really large masses down to the surface. So we're excited to hear about their capabilities and their schedule for being able to do that. We would still require the Mars Ascent Vehicle. We hope that, honestly, the goal is to maximize the amount of similarity between the two. So the engineering work that we do in the next year is really applicable to both of them. The big difference is in that landing. So the Sky Crane would take the sample retriever lander directly to the surface of Mars. A large mass delivery, it would have the platform, the sort of landing platform we would have to get that off the commercial lander, so that is a different mechanism. Instead of landing with the Sky Crane, we have to figure out a way to actually get the other elements off the large lander. So that's work that we need to do in the next year to sort of figure out how we would do that. But we would still require that platform. We would still require the ability to transfer the samples, and we still require the ability to get the samples into orbit. But the big difference there is just that landing mechanism and the ability to get the platform onto the surface of Mars. And so that's where the differences are. But, I think it's a great opportunity for us to be able to do it. Whichever path, I'm excited about both paths. I think that we can really do this. If we work together with our partners, with our international partners, with our commercial partners, with all of our amazing NASA expertise, I think this is a really great thing that we can do. So I'm super excited about bringing these samples back.
Thank you. We have time for one final question.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Marcia Smith with SpacePolicyOnline.com. Your line is open.
Thanks so much. I think this one is for Nikki.
Could you talk a little bit more about the advantages of using RTGs instead of solar panels? And if you want to launch in 2031, do you have enough time to get those RTGs ready? Is that a pacing item in all of this by deciding to go with RTGs?
Thanks for the question. I'm going to unashamedly phone a friend who has a lot more information about this, which will be Jeff Gramling, and I'm going to ask him to answer the question about the advantages of the RTG over the solar panels, what that enables.
Sure. There are two primary advantages. One is it gives us the opportunity to operate during dust storm seasons, and the surface ops timeline is one of the main drivers here to make sure we've got time to transfer the 30 tubes and get off and hold our mission timeline. The other is it helps us make sure we can keep those solid rocket motors on the MAV warm, and that, which is where they like to be, and it helps make sure that we can operate the MAV within the regime that it prefers to be operated in to preserve our mission ops timeline. Those are the two primary reasons.
Thank you, Jeff. And thank you all for joining us today. A replay of this teleconference will be available later today through February 4th. To hear the replay, dial 866-363-1807. The passcode is 2735. For those who had questions that we weren't able to get to, please feel free to reach out via email. And for more information on the Mars Sample Return Program and to follow along with updates, please visit science.nasa.gov/Mars Sample Return. Have a great day.
Thank you for your participation. Participants, you may disconnect at this time.
I took a lot of notes. I have 7 pages of notes. Noted.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. I told you. I don't mean to be that guy, but yeah, that's about what I thought. Based on your expressions, there's a lot of WTFs written down. Yeah, I wrote a lot of stuff down. 7 pages of informats. Yeah, that's not Rocket. I think I was right. That doesn't really inspire a lot of confidence. So the gist of it is that NASA is looking at 2 options for their rebaselining for sample return. One of them is the same thing that they canceled. The same thing that they canceled earlier in the year. So I would call that more of a rebaseline with some revisions to the architecture. 6.6 to 7.7 billion. The other one, which we really didn't get a lot of info about it because of proprietary info in the designs, could cost potentially between 5.8 billion and 7.1 billion. And it seems to entail a heavy lander option. Something with enough down mass for ascent and descent, seemingly. You guys, that okay. So the rebaseline option is using a variant of the Mars Science Laboratory sky crane. That's the same sky crane that landed Curiosity and Perseverance. Keep in mind I said variant. We'll get to that later. It's still using the ESA return vehicle, albeit simplified, whatever the heck that means. Some of the rebaselining for their architecture using the sky crane and the ascent vehicle, which seems to still be a solid rocket motor ascent vehicle. It seems to be basically the same thing that they had. Is that this, we'll just call it MSR, the MSR lander. We'll just call it that. I mean, I didn't really get a name for it, but it cleans the outside of the titanium sample tubes on Mars. And this modified version uses Perseverance's arm for collection and transfer of these tubes. It's got a new, we'll call it a manipulator. Bill was calling it a catcher's mitt. For a modified Perseverance arm, and the tube decontamination mechanism was redesigned because they chose to do it on the surface instead. Here's the big one. The sky crane needs to be 20% bigger, so your entire sky crane needs to be redesigned. That is the most expensive part. I will tell you that right now. Yep. Remember what I said about bespoke one-off designs? That's not ideal. Not ideal. Option 2 is some type of commercial heavy lander. SpaceX or Blue Origin was mentioned, but there's proprietary info in the designs, so we don't know what that necessarily entails. And it hasn't been, the designs haven't been fleshed out yet. Both of these designs in 2026 are supposed to be able to they want them fleshed out to preliminary design review. So PDR, which is like a rough draft of the design, I guess, in systems engineering. That's great that you took notes. Yeah, no problem, dude. It seems like option 2, this commercial option, really, based off of what I heard in the questions, it seems like the commercial architecture is basically just a Martian ascent and descent vehicle. From what I can tell, and this is, you guys heard it too. You guys just tell me if that's anything different. It very much seems like NASA is looking at redesigning the Martian ascent and descent vehicle, which is what I said before the press conference. I said that was going to be the most expensive part. But they didn't say it like for sure, but they said it pretty inadvertently. They're looking for a Martian ascent and descent vehicle. They're still going to use the ESA orbiter. From what I can tell, it's just how you get down to the surface and back seems to be the big thing. And that's what I said. I told you that before the press conference. I don't like that the sky crane needs to be scaled 20% bigger. Anytime you see something like that, oh, we can just scale up the design. Anytime you see something like that in rocket science, it's usually not a good idea. Redesign the entire lander, which is probably why option 1 carries such a heavy price tag. And I'll be 100% honest with you, it's probably why the original mission carried such a heavy price tag. Now, another thing that I wrote down, but I'm not, it's very interesting that NASA is looking at 2 potential return options. One of them being have the sample return basically circularize in lunar orbit, in cislunar orbit, and then sending something to go and get it. And the other one is just have a direct return with reentry and chutes with a thermal protection system similar to OSIRIS-REx. IFT7 update. Let me finish here. Yeah, I got it queued up. Hold on one second. Hang on one second. I got to say something to Kevin. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to mess up your flow. No. It's all good. It's all good. So the cislunar architecture, okay, so why it seems stupid, right? Why would you even want that? Well, okay. Look, they said the lander needs to be the sky crane that landed on Mars, it needs to be 20% bigger. You take away parachutes for Earth descent and landing and a thermal protection system, your Mars sample return vehicle becomes a lot lighter, less mass. They're designing their entire architecture around They're trying to design their entire architecture around a rebaselined option 1. So sending it to cislunar and having it get ballistic captured out there, doable. Sure, doable. Well, it's not, I mean, we don't know for sure if it's a ballistic capture. I would assume it is, but I could be wrong. It's always a trade-off, you know. If you send it to cislunar, right, you don't need to redesign your sky crane lander, but you're recomplicating you're adding complication elsewhere in the mission to try and offset the cost of redesign. I find that refactoring of your architecture is dumb. That never works. That never ever works. That's never worked in spaceflight. You got to rebaseline the whole damn thing. Don't try to refactor an already crappy architecture. Like, once again, option 1 has the sky crane redesigned to be 20% bigger. It's not just make everything 20% bigger. You're basically nothing except for maybe like the relative navigation systems from the sky crane. You're rebaselining your entire hardware doing that, because your propulsion systems in spaceflight, the rockets, the actual rockets, and your fuel tanks, well, not necessarily fuel tanks, but your rockets are always you're always built around your rocket engines, because without the rocket engine, you're not getting anywhere. In this particular case, the rocket engines are your brakes for landing on the surface. So what is our 20% bigger lander? 20% bigger fuel tanks? Adding more of the same fuel tank? It's not very mass efficient. You could make a bigger fuel tank and potentially save on mass, right? But if you want to use more off-the-shelf components, using more fuel tanks could be fine. But you got to remember, the sky crane is using a pressure-fed hypergolic system, which is relatively simple in design, but you're taking all the benefits of a relatively simple fuel delivery system and complicating it by adding more fuel tanks. More fuel tanks means more helium for bladder pressurization and tank ullage, to get the pressures that you needed to get the head pressure that you needed to feed the engines correctly. Now you're redesigning your lander. And if you're redesigning your entire lander, what was the point of using off-the-shelf architecture in the first place? What's the reason of even using your sky crane design? You just have to redesign the damn thing. This is the problem that they have. Like I said, this is a complicated mission architecture. Now, the other thing is, you know, okay, you say, let's say a Starship. So a Starship lands, you get your sample return vehicle off of the Starship, right? It goes and grabs, cleans, and decontaminates these samples. Okay, now what? Does Starship take off? Starship takes off and does a direct trans-Earth injection from Mars. Could do it, sure. If SpaceX figured out a way to manage boil off, we're talking about like a 2-month loiter time here, or not a 2-month, a 2-year loiter time here. There's no way that's happening with boil off as we know it as of January 7th, 2025. That's not possible. That technology doesn't exist. That doesn't mean it won't exist. Remember, we're talking about a timeline by 2035, at the very least, which, okay. 20% larger is about the difference in mass between Curiosity and Perseverance's sky cranes. Yeah, Jolie, for sure. Absolutely. That's fine. How long did that take? Curiosity got out there in 2011. Perseverance got out there in 2021. Talking about a decade to redesign the sky crane around a much heavier system. When are we looking at return? 2035? See what I'm talking about? Redesigning the lander is going to take time and a lot of money. So to the point where building off the shelf is dumb. You're trying off the shelf only really makes sense if you can use it like right off the bat. And that doesn't seem to be the case. The reason why is, and they said it at the very end, and I don't think the guy was supposed to say that. Marcia Smith asked a question at the end of the press conference. Why use radioisothermic electric generators? So why use RTGs? Are RTGs your long lead item? He didn't answer if it's a long lead item. It's probably not. But why use RTGs? He said it gets you continuous power. You have a much bigger, your ConOps are a lot, your concept of operations are a lot more expanded because a solar panel won't work in the dusty season around Mars. Mars does have seasons. It's mostly just cold. But it does have seasons. There are dusty seasons. It happens. With RTGs, you don't have to worry about dust getting built up on your solar panels and basically depowering your entire craft, which is what happened with Mars Insight. And that mission was not very long. But here's the third thing that he said. An RTG can help keep your SRBs conditioned, which tells me that the sample return vehicle that they're looking at in option 1 is exactly what they looked at before. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same architecture. So that means we're transporting solid rocket boosters to the surface of Mars. And that's why your lander needs to be redesigned, because SRBs are very high mass. That's a very mass dense item. Yeah, they weren't supposed to say that. I'm pretty sure the guy wasn't supposed to say that, but give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right. SRB is super storable, though, so I could see the temptation to use them. So, yeah, no doubt, Aqualix. Yeah, absolutely. Why not use hypergulls? Why not use hypergulls? You're already redesigning your hypergolic system for your lander that needs to be 20% bigger. Why not just use hypergolic systems? Way less mass, a little more complexity, no doubt. Obviously, a pressure-fed system is a little more complicated. You telling me we can't build a small sat launcher and get it to Mars? What is the smallest rocket and or missile that can be used to get the tube back into space off Mars? Depends on the mass of the samples, Goalie. This 20% increase changes literally everything. So much all will be new. Rocket Guy, that's my guess as to why the cost ballooned to 11 million, because NASA's insistence on using an off-the-shelf architecture is forcing them to, they basically are redesigning around off-the-shelf architecture, which, okay. I don't know why you would do that, but yeah. Hypergul's is storable, yes, but not as much. Yeah, I mean, it needs to be storable for years, quite literally. It's going to take a couple of months to get out there, and it's going to spend 2 years on the surface collecting samples, and then it needs to launch after 2 years. So yeah, but solids have a shelf life too. It's just, once again, it's trade-offs, man. It's trade-offs. Why not have, okay, here's an idea. Why have your launch vehicle sitting on the surface of Mars where it's susceptible to environmental perturbations, right? When you could send it out there, collect the samples, get it back into orbit right away. Then the shelf life of your ascent vehicle goes from 2 years and 3 months to just maybe 4 months at best. Where am I getting 2 years and 3 months? To get into the transfer window back to Earth, it takes 26 months. And 3 months transfer time. So actually, it's 2 years and 6 months, but you get the idea. Redesigning, that was the big one, and they just kind of peppered it in there. Redesigning your sky crane is not, that screws your entire architecture. This is why they seemingly pulled the plug in April. That's why they did, in April of last year. They said in-house Mars sample return cost for the current program was too high. It could have been up to $11 billion for a return in 2040. This one, somehow, using a similar architecture with a completely redesigned descent vehicle, could cost up to $7 billion and will be done potentially by 2035. That does not instill a lot of confidence here. So what happens when this program, what happens when we get to 2035 and it's not ready? Then it's going to cost $11 billion and be done in 2040. That's what I mean. This option one is no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. That's just, once again, a bespoke one-off architecture like that is going to take time, and that is NASA's wheelhouse, but I mean, they need the funding, as he said, but once again, this is, what does this mission depend on, guys? What does it depend on? Honestly, what are its dependencies here? If you're willing to pay the Delta V cost, you could in theory make 1 year Mars trip in one launch window. Yeah, that would require a much bigger vehicle. I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's what SpaceX proposed. Put it this way, what technology do we have significant experience in making that sits for years in a harsh environment exposed to possible contamination that must work? Yeah, Aqualex. No, I get it. I get you. It's a good, I mean, dude, just put a Sidewinder missile on the damn thing. That'll make it. That'll go. It'll work just fine, right? Actually, probably wouldn't want a Sidewinder. Now that I'm really thinking about it, you have 30 samples. You'd need the Black Brant, Black Brant 12 or something like that would probably do it, or an SM6. Yeah, sure. Hey, if I want to do that, you need something with thrust vectoring, right? Sidewinder. This is the paper I'm talking about. I did analysis in my graduate studies. Increasing side crane mass with increased payload mass bottlenecks the parachute capabilities because we still require parachutes to slow the vehicle down, even be able to use sky crane. And MSL was maxing out this design.
Listen, Tranquility
yeah.
Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Gooseman!
Rap battles should be an event at the Paralympics. It's a legitimate disability.
What about that rocket that shot down? I mean, that was enough for a suborbital trajectory, Yuri. The F-15 ASAT weapon is not, that's not enough Delta V. And you need an F-15 to launch it, to get it to altitude to launch it. I don't, this is not, I want to go back and ask you guys a thought-provoking question. I started to ask it. What does this mission depend on? Why? What's the urgency in getting samples back? To beat China? What's the urgency? There doesn't seem to be any other urgency other than technological progress, which I'm on board with. And beating China, even though, I mean, Bill said it'll get us there before it, but he also said at the same time that the missions are uncomparable. So are they comparable or are they uncomparable? Which one is it? I don't understand. Apparently, China's mission is a grab and go, he said, which means that it just goes there, digs a hole, and comes back. Here I am thinking, what, you're not going to learn something from that? Paper discusses the requirement for ballistic coefficient in order to hit the required performance marks. I mean, what do you think, Rocket Guy? Inflatable heat shield? Inflatable heat shield to get that ballistic coefficient up? There's just the... What's wrong with grab and go? That's my question, man. What are you not going to learn something from that? Oh, well, ours is more scientific. What? So? Look. China's mission is a grab and go. They're going to grab and go, right? Yeah, they'll probably have contaminations, right? Sure, absolutely. But here's the thing. They're going to do that grab and go, and then they're going to learn from their contaminated samples what they do and don't need for contamination. They'll probably look at the titanium cases that Perseverance used, say that's good, make that, and then put that on their grab and go mission. And then they have 2 Mars sample returns, one of them with crappy decontamination, or one of them with crappy contamination and one of them without. That's what's going to happen. I'd rather have a contaminated sample from Mars than no sample at all. At this point, your dependency is getting samples before a manned mission. What manned mission? Who? NASA has no plans on getting near Mars anytime in the 2030s. Dude, okay. I have to ask this question, Oculus. Like, I'm bouncing it back to you. I'm not arguing. I'm fired up because this is a little annoying, right? Like, it's me. It's case in point, right? Like, not case in point. Like, you know me, right? This isn't, like, this aggression isn't directed at you. I'm just talking it out. Like, okay, where is SpaceX going to be in 2035? Dude, Elon's aggressive timelines have starships getting near Mars by the end of this decade. Chill. I'm working on it. It's the same difference in philosophy to rocket reuse versus mass production. Either spend all the effort up front to develop the infrastructure for reusability or just make a dumb, simple rocket and mass produce it. Yeah, exactly, dude. This bespoke, like... They're trying to shoehorn commercial off-the-shelf stuff, Rocket Guy, into a bespoke architecture to save cost. That is not going to save costs at all. If anything, you're designing around black-boxed hardware, which is insanely stupid. That's insanely stupid when you're trying to do something new. It's dumb, right? Like, I don't mean to be candid. That's not smart. That's not a good way to run your space program. That's what I mean. Like, where do you think SpaceX is going to be in 2035? Like, even if Starship...
This is space.
Hey, Matt, 10 subs. Thanks, man. Even if it takes SpaceX the next 5 years to figure out their thermal protection systems, they'll still have a fully reusable vehicle. Like, and that's opening up the door for anywhere in the solar system, especially if you can refuel it. A lot has to happen to get humans to Mars, and with only a couple of windows between now and then, mid-2030s I think will still be a tall order. I just don't get, there's no dependency here, Rocket Guy. That's the thing. 2035 is a tall order, but it's absolutely going to be a tall order if there's no reason for this mission. You know, there's no reason for it. There's no reason for MSR to exist other than let's do it, right? Because the scientific understanding, what program does that feed into? How does that jive with NASA's original mission? And once again, I'm all for Mars sample return. I want to do this, but how does that jive with their mission? Their mission is to develop technologies that they could eventually get to a technology readiness level that could be used in the commercial market. How does Mars sample return do that? It doesn't, unless it's developed with a much bigger architecture in mind. And it's not. It's not. It's a one-off bespoke thing. And guys, I don't mean to be a dick. Easy target for cancellation. Easy target for cancellation. Yeah. Mats, thanks for those 10 subs, dude. You're thinking too narrow and just focusing on NASA. They want the samples before humans get out there. In general, to cut out as much as possible that could have been from Earth. Yeah, I get that. So there's urgency, but you're complicating your architecture because a vehicle like this doesn't exist. The reason it exists is because it was ranked the top scientific priority by 2 of the latest planetary decadal surveys. That's great, Jolie. Yeah, no, I get it. I know how we choose our scientific missions. I understand, and the decadal survey is super useful for that, absolutely. I mean, that's, yeah, big deal. But also, at the same time, if you don't want your programs to get axed, you have to make them big enough to be resistant to this, like the Apollo program, for instance, or SLS if you want a crappier example. And in order to do that, you have to incorporate your mission designs with other architectures. How does this do that? It doesn't. Makes it an easy target. So you're saying the MSR should be flown as a primary or secondary mission goal on a flight that also has the goal to specifically test some future Mars mission architecture. Bingo. What is your guess for the launch date? My gut's telling me next week, Zuri. Based off of what I've seen. Yeah, Aqua, exactly. So I said before the press conference okay, so NASA needs a Mars ascent and descent vehicle. Okay. And we learned that NASA needs to redesign their lander. So guess what? You're redesigning for the upper limits of your parachutes per what Rocket Guy said. So now you need a Mars SSTO. That is the elephant in the room here. Both of these architectures are dependent on having something that can go to and from the Martian surface, right? That's what they said. The design, Gina Sinceri asked, what is the limiting technology here? I mean, we got basically a non-answer from Bill about funding, but and something about budgeting, but it's the lander. It's the lander. Bill started talking about funding in previous administrations and past and current administrations and future administrations. The limiting tech is the lander. It's the lander and the ascent vehicle. So, look, you need a Mars ascent and descent vehicle, okay? Your Mars sample return mission should be your test for your ascent and descent vehicle. That way, JPL is doing what they do best. They're designing the equipment to be retrofitted to your lander that you're already going to need if you really want to send people to Mars or anything to Mars, right? That is the elephant in the room here. There's no way to get to the surface of Mars. There's no way to get high mass to the surface of Mars. We can get about a smart car's worth of mass to the surface with Sky Crane. You need more if you're going to send stuff back because you're carrying all your propellants. See? Yeah, Aqualix, for sure. I think NASA's approach is great, but you have to take into account that NASA's funding is very much tied to public perception. So there's very much pressure, schedule pressure to get this done, right? Sounds like option 2 is the closest we're getting to that. Someone in chat mentioning returning the samples to Gateway and analyzing the samples there. This would join MSR and Gateway with SLS. Yeah, Lava Eagle, I don't necessarily hate that idea, but the whole point of the Mars sample return in the first place is because we can't send the technology to Mars that we would need to analyze these samples correctly. The technology that we need to analyze the samples correctly is here on Earth. So now you're talking getting it cislunar and having it get to Gateway, which who knows if that's going to be there in the 2030s. We have no idea. I mean, maybe, probably, right? Now, the whole point in doing that basically defeats the entire point of why you're sending the samples back here in the first place. Because now instead of sending your sampling equipment that they say that needs your analyzation equipment is something that needs to be done on Earth, now you're sending that to the moon. So if you're sending it to the moon, you're sending it to cislunar, sending it on a transmartian injection is the same amount of delta V. Why would you do that, right? It's a good idea. But that doesn't really jive together, right? I mean, that does get you more sustainability too, but your end goal is getting to Mars. If your end goal is getting to Mars, this off-the-shelf retrofitted, refactored stuff is not going to get you anywhere. If you want to send people to Mars, you need to redesign things, and NASA doesn't seem to want to do that. Wouldn't the first few launches, once we can get there, be for the data link and fuel reserves? For what thing are we talking about, Dons? Why not 2 or 3 craft? One to land and take off, one to land and collect and go to orbit and return. Well, Astrofire, you could do that, but now you have a complicated mission architecture. You're complicating your vehicle architecture here. Totally doable. But the landing and takeoff part, Astral, seems to be what NASA is after. They have a very big problem. And once again, that's my guess as to why the costs ballooned completely on the original Mars sample return missions. You don't have a lander big enough to send an ascent vehicle down there. In order to get an ascent vehicle that has the bare minimum requirements of launching something from the surface of Mars and getting it back to Earth, you're going to need a bigger lander. And subsequently, a bigger lander, you need bigger chutes. Bigger chutes are going to cost insane amounts of money. You're developing a chute that doesn't exist. Right? Heavier lander, bigger chutes. Parachutes aren't just, put a bigger parachute on it. That's not how that works. It requires millions and billions of dollars of testing to get your chutes to work correctly. Look at the commercial crew program, Dragon and Starliner. How many times were their chutes redesigned? See what I mean? That ended up being the limiting factor. That's why Bob and Doug launched in 2020 and not 2018 for the DM2 mission, right? So now you're redesigning your lander, you're redesigning your chutes, and now because you redesigned both of those things, you need a bigger rocket. 1 to 2 ton increases in your lander have a ripple effect. 1 to 2 ton increases in your lander design, or let's say a 20% increase. Say the lander is 10 tons. Now, 20% increase, now it's 12 tons. A 12-ton lander is going to need, let's say your baseline for your parachutes was 2 tons of parachutes. Now you need like 4 tons or 5 tons of parachutes. And now your lander and descent vehicle costs have ballooned well beyond the benefits of using a off-the-shelf lander. Because you have to redesign everything for your off-the-shelf thing, which is dumb. That's why that's not a good way to do that. I don't think that's a good idea. If you're going to spend all that money to design a descent and ascent vehicle for sample return, you might as well incorporate that into your bigger architecture, right? So now build an ascent and descent vehicle. Because if you can build a vehicle with enough delta V to land quite literally a launch pad and launch vehicle onto the surface of Mars, you're you have a lander that's enough to send 2 people down to the surface and all their accoutrement that they need to, do that whole not dying thing. Yeah, launch vehicles are heavy. Fueled vehicles are very heavy. Go figure. Why bother with why would you, we're using this and it's off the shelf this and off the shelf that. No, it's not off the shelf. You need to redesign the lander and the parachutes, and now you need a bigger launch vehicle. So just build a vehicle that can SSTO something to the surface of Mars and back, or at least into low Mars orbit to get to your European Space Agency return vehicle. Yeah, using commercial and collabing with other governments is great. That's a great sustainable way of getting things done. But also you're complicating your mission architecture now because you have 2 space agencies working for this instead of 1. That's what I said at the very beginning. Even like if you go back in this VOD and look, I said this before the press conference. You need to design around an MADV, Mars Ascent and Descent Vehicle. If you don't, your costs are going to balloon into the billions because you're going to be redesigning everything over and over again. If your costs are going to balloon into the billions, which they said that they were, you might as well get your money's worth. And now you have that problem figured out. So now you can design a transfer vehicle for SLS, right? And one can get your MADV there, right? 2 can get your people there. Now that gives you a reason to launch more SLS. See what I mean? I don't understand, like, dude, this cislunar nonsense about getting your payload to cislunar. You know why they want to do that? They want to do that because they don't have a lander that's big enough to get it all the way home. That's the truth. It's the truth. They didn't say it that way, but and there's no guarantees that this even happens anyway, and then kicking the can down the road and saying, well, the next administration needs to fund this. Why would the next administration want to fund your bad ideas? Honest question. As it stands, MSR is funded entirely by the Science Mission Directorate budget, so they are not in a position to spend their tiny budget to prepare for human exploration stuff. Yeah, Jolie, but if you rope in a Mars Ascent and Descent vehicle in, and you bring Huntsville or Stennis on board, well, Stennis, you're going to need to test the rocket engines. You're bringing Huntsville on board to build your lander. It's going to eventually be crew rated, so now you're bringing Johnson Space Center in, so now you can get some of that HEOMD budget. That's what I'm telling you. All the missions work together. Just like the Surveyor missions and the Apollo missions work together. That's the way forward. We can't just sit here and be like, oh, we can use this and we can use this. NASA, why is NASA fighting for table scraps? That's stupid. Ten NASA centers is too much, though. Worked for the Apollo program. Saying. And you could say, well, the Apollo program was expensive. Yeah, of course it was expensive. When you're trying to push the envelope for space exploration, it's going to be expensive. There's no beating around the bush. The old program was supposed to cost $11 billion. These rebaseline programs could cost up to $7.7 or $7.1 billion. Oh, that's great. Still expensive. It's always going to be expensive, dudes. It's going to be expensive. You might as well get your money's worth. And adding in that sustainability on top of it of the other NASA design centers working on these projects with good milestones will get you what you want. Yeah, it'll probably end up being more expensive, but now you have Martian ascent and descent capability in-house. Something that nobody else has, not even SpaceX. Well, they might have it by 2035. They probably will, let's be real. But see what I'm saying? It could, Pados, that 11 billion, the 11 billion was their crux for canceling the original MSR and rebaselining it. Keep in mind, this Mars sample return, they haven't even rebaselined yet. This Mars sample, they canceled Mars sample return and put in a committee to analyze options. That's what this committee that you just heard talk is. That's what Nikki Fox and Jack Gremling, I think his name was. I didn't get the fourth person on the phone. I missed their name. Yeah, Yuri, that's what I mean. government math. There's boy math, there's girl math, and there's government math. Oh boy. So should we just scrap MSR? Nova, this mission has no dependencies other than the decadal survey. There's no dependencies on this mission. Look, Viper was a dependent mission on the Artemis program, and they socked that thing. Like, there's just... Oh, boy. Starship Flight 7 looks like it's pushed about 3 to 4 days per Elon. Wasn't he playing video games when he said that? Yeah, okay. By the time they select a solution and fund it, SpaceX will bring people back from the surface. And they can have samples in their pockets. Pete, what happens if someone just goes and picks up one of the samples? Oh, here's the sample. I got it. Throw some isopropyl alcohol on it in some brake clean and bring it home. Oops. They're setting up an MSR to be snuffed? No, it's kicking the can down the road, which is stupid. You're kicking the can down the road. At this point, it would have been better to just see through the original architecture. Why even cancel it and bring in a committee to discuss commercial options here in the first place? Why didn't you just bring in the committee for the existing program? No, you canceled it. You canceled it, and then you replaced it with nothing. You replaced it with a committee that might make something in 2026. That's not how you space program. Yeah, that's not how you space program. I'm telling you. And Bill was saying, you know, it's really up to the next administration. It's up to the next administration. It's up to the next administration to fund your crappy decisions in architecture? No, it's not. They'll can it. They'll can it. It doesn't make any sense. This makes no sense. Neither one of these options make any sense. And that's not me being a spaceflight skeptic either. I want Mars sample return. I want that. We need that. If we're going to go do that whole Mars thing, you know, it's kind of important. Yeah, exactly, Willie. That's what I'm saying. Like, for about $2 billion each, they could send more robotic missions to Mars with more sensors and science labs on board. They will get more from 3 robotic missions than they will from a sample return. Pete, why don't they just make another Perseverance and just have this Perseverance be specially designed for soil analyzation? If you're going to redesign Perseverance's arm and be able to decontaminate the samples on the surface, you're telling me you can't have the sample be inserted into a hermetically sealed chamber for analyzation? They did that with OSIRIS-REx. That seemed to work. Why not use that? Honest question. Like, are you headed to Boca for the launch then? Most likely. I need a concrete date from SpaceX to make my itinerary. 3 to 4 days is not a concrete itinerary. I'm not going to go laissez-faire with spending Chat's money, because Chat did give me money with the explicit intention to get to this launch. Okay? I'm not going to waste it and cancel it and get some stupid voucher or something. All right? You guys gave me money with the expectation of going down there, so I'm going to make sure I'm not wasting your time. Even if I have to chip in a little bit of my own because I need to make plane tickets a week out. You know what I mean? And OSIRIS-REx is basically a bunch of loose gravel in a box. You know, they talked about the OSIRIS-REx mission, Jim. Why not just use that? You have a probe that can put a sample with the Tascam into a decontaminated environment. What, you telling me the Tascam couldn't be modified to just pick up one of the samples with its vacuum? Last time I checked, you can vacuum up Legos and dust. I'm just saying, with your vacuum cleaner. What's going on with MSR? Nothing, Shortline. That's the base. Nothing. Nothing is going on. You're still missing the point. We want pristine samples from before humans get there in the vault for future tech. so we haven't thought to analyze, similar to the lunar samples that were recently uncorked. I don't understand how that's missing the point, Aqualux. So, the samples are in their containers already, dude. Even if we had a person getting there tomorrow, they're still uncontaminated samples. At least that's what they said in their titanium tubes. Unfortunately, we aren't privileged to see what NASA has considered in the last year. We just know the two highest scoring options. Tubes. I just... This program isn't going anywhere. You're not going nowhere. If I understand Jared Isaacman's, I mean, that's provided he gets to be the NASA administrator if he gets confirmed. And I'm sure we'll see this in his confirmation. What are you trying to do? If I'm understanding what Rook wants these are based off of what he's tweeted about NASA in the past, he's going to be wondering about capital allocation, which doesn't necessarily mean NASA needs less money. What that means is you got to spend your money where it counts. That's what capital allocation means. You're going to allocate $7 billion to get a couple of pebbles back here? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that that's a bad idea. And it's always going to be expensive. What I'm saying, and I guarantee you he'll ask this question. Well, I can't guarantee it, but you get what I'm trying to say. He's going to ask, why not just build a bigger lander? Because that's the glaring thing here. Why are we redesigning all this stuff that exists to launch a heavier vehicle? You need to rebaseline to have higher down mass capability to the surface of Mars. That's the truth here. And if you want to make Mars your long-term exploration goal, you're going to need more down mass anyway. Elon understands this. That's why he's baselining a vehicle for 100 tons to low Earth orbit. Because that's what you're going to need to do anything of use on the surface of Mars with humans involved. I don't know, Dean. Probably in a month or two. NASA is a corrupt organization. I don't understand how that helps, Ilona, but all right. Thank you for your sparkling contribution to my chat for the day. I appreciate it. Yeah, the more I'm looking through this, the more it doesn't really... As I've been saying repeatedly, I'm excited and hopeful that Rook will bring a more business-oriented philosophy to NASA and really try to unify it and do all the best practices to unite NASA centers and programs. Yeah, Rocket Guy, the whole thing needs to be not gutted from the ground up. That's not the right way to say it, but that is the word that comes to mind. NASA is fragmented. You're fragmented. You're all over the place. All the centers are just fighting for table scraps here. You need to take what you have and incorporate it into a much more bigger integrated architecture. That is going to take time. But that's better in the long run. According to NASA, that's what they said. Spending more money now and figuring it out now is going to pay dividends in the future. The thing is, we can't be sure of the seals, especially with the recent asteroid samples where we found evidence of our decontamination not being good enough once you get the stinky mess humans in the proximity. The point is keeping as many avenues for contamination out. We only get one chance at this. Once people go, we can't have uncontaminated samples before humans if these don't stay clean. So you're going to delay your entire Mars architecture around this? It is an ESA notebook, yes. Aqualix, if this goes the way I think it's going to go, you're going to get to a point where SpaceX is actually ready to send people to Mars. And what is NASA going to say? No? No, don't do that. We're not ready yet. I never said they're doing it right, just what their mindset is. Yeah, but you also said I don't understand that. I understand their mindset very well. I'm saying that this is not great. You're not in a really good position here. And I'm sick of NASA being in this position where they have to play cleanup like this. This is stupid. Said you're missing the point of feeling like they need this mission. I guess, dude. I'm missing the point of feeling like they need this mission. This mission's gonna get canned. It's gonna get canned. I'm telling you. I'm calling it now. January 7th, 2025. This will get canned. This has no dependencies. It's fragmented. It's all over the place. It requires redesigns of chutes, landers, rebaselining architecture from off-the-shelf stuff. It's going to get canned. It's fragmented and all over the place. I'm not saying the reason for it is bad. It just doesn't have any dependencies. Like, what does this feed into other than just getting our one shot at getting uncontaminated samples to the surface? And how do we know we haven't contaminated it already with landing landers on it? You know? Guys, it was in Bill's voice. It was in Bill's voice. He said, I'm... whose question was it? What did he say? So Bill Harwood asks if he's talked with the incoming administration for support for this mission. Bill said no. He said no, nothing with the incoming administration. That's what the transition team is for. He's going to present the new administration with options, and he thinks that's the best thing to do. And he can't see the new administration not wanting Mars sample return. And he said the ball is in their court to fund it. Yeah, he kept saying that. And then he also said that this is going to need funding. He said the bottom line for funding is $300 million from the Senate, and the House wants up to $600 million. And he said it wants up to $600 million for the next 10 years. Flat funding programs. Well, actually, I don't know if he said the 10 years part. He said that needs to be recurring, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, flat funding. Good idea. No, not a good idea at all. That's what SLS did. That's not smart. Yeah, Buck, yeah. I mean, he very much said it's the new administration in Congress, though. He very put a lot of emphasis on the new administration. Those were his words verbatim. I'm just repeating what he said. I wrote it down. I wrote a lot down. What was the justification for spreading out the sample tubes versus depositing them all in one spot? I don't know, XV. I don't know. It really very much seems like NASA, oh, we'll just make the sample. We'll make the sampling mechanism now. And then we'll have a sample return done later. Which programs should feed into other programs like that. Absolutely. Gives you a justification to do it. Sure. But it's better to have your entire architecture road mapped out before you get to this point. They didn't think, Apollo didn't think, let's find a way to get 45 tons to low lunar orbit, and then we'll figure out the lander later. It sounds a lot like SLS, doesn't it? Which one of those programs is going to end up costing more? SLS has cost us to the tune of $93 billion since 2013. Now, don't get me wrong, the Apollo program was way more expensive than that. But the Apollo program had 2 missions to the moon at this point in time. Actually, well, let's see. The Apollo program came on the books in 1963, fiscal year 63, and it stopped at fiscal year 75 with the Apollo-Soyuz test project. We are, so 2013 to 2025, we're 12 years in. At this point, oh boy, streamer math. Where was the Apollo program in 12 years? Yeah, 1974. Yeah, Skylab. Yep. Whoops. All 6 missions had gone to the moon by this point in time. Now, don't get me wrong, the Apollo program costs way more. The reason why it costs way more is because they had to build launch pads. They had to build launch pads, test facilities, factories. You're starting from scratch. You're starting from nothing. SLS doesn't have to do that. It uses the existing stuff that the Apollo program shouldered the cost for. So, part of the reason the samples are dropped on the surface is in case Perseverance fails and stopped working. Hey, Jolie, thank you for bringing all the insight in. Thank you. I appreciate it. Or Perseverance. Or is it Curiosity? No, thank you. Yeah. No, it's good stuff. I want to be real, guys. I don't like being this critical of NASA. I really don't. I want to be there and I want to cheer them on. It's just really hard. They're making it very difficult to do that lately. That's all. You know, they're talking about JPL being the science leader. JPL is the leader. JPL is NASA's science center that they just fired 600 people from. And canceled missions. Yeah, there were multiple rounds of layoffs. 600 was the most recent rocket guy, if I'm remembering correctly. It could be 500 or 400. I don't remember. I like tubes. I want them back on Earth. Yeah. Yeah, once again, guys, here's the thing. Okay, the big one. If I was in Bill's position, this is probably what I would have done too. I don't think Bill has the political power. He doesn't have enough PP to be able to rebaseline the way they want to. He really doesn't. And I think that speaks volumes about us as a country taking our national space program seriously. Just saying. He needs to get a good advisor for more PP. To speak in Hearts of Iron terms. We finished our maximal playthrough. I got 20% of the Earth's surface with our maximal US playthrough. Pretty good. And Jared Isaacman does? It's a good question, Isphil. That's a good question for sure. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I'd say yes, because, well, I don't know. I can't predict the future. Who knows? Yeah, I got more than 20% of the land, but I had the biggest navy by a long shot. No one could screw with us. Which is basically how the U.S. ended the war in reality. Can't have anyone be a bigger navy if you sink all of them. Or you force them to scrap all of them. Hi, England. Oh, we got you. You're fine. It's good. Scrap your entire fleet. I'm sure it's fine. You think Jared is going to pivot to the MADV route? Well, Josh, I personally would fund MADV if it was up to me. If I had sole control over NASA and their allocation, I would go to Lockheed and I would say, build me the MADV. And we'll retrofit our surface sampling and decon architecture around the MADV landing a specially designed rover onto the surface. And I would use that to pioneer future human exploration surface operations. Would that cost more than what they're talking about here? Yeah, sure, but not much more for the capability. That's what I would do. However, NASA, regardless of who's in office, could be Jim Bridenstine, could be Bill Nelson, could be Jared Isaacman if he gets in. NASA seems to be obsessed with curtailing costs. It's an interesting dichotomy for a organization that is, by definition, supposed to push the envelope for scientific understanding. You want to push the envelope, you're going to need cash to do it. Which is, once again, why NASA's in this position in the first place. Because we've gotten to a point where NASA just has to fight over table scraps, which is stupid. Can't be like this, dude. Can't be like this. That's not sustainable at all. It might be sustainable for the next 10 years. What happens when SpaceX supersedes their capability? What happens when China supersedes their capability? Whatever. Pick your entity. You know what? There's no reason for NASA to exist at that point. Do we want a NASA-less future? That's stupid. To be fair, Orion costs like $20 billion. Yeah, Rocket Guy, you're not wrong. The reality of the situation is that Rook is probably going to look at Starship to do it. Use a modified HLS. Yeah, that's the reality there. Yep. I mean, that's the truth. Why would you look at any other option, Rocket Guy? HLS is a NASA program, right? It's a NASA program, so they have control over its design. I mean, there's a little bit of black boxing because it's a Starship, right? Why not just use HLS to do this? Yeah, exactly, Endo. These programs were set up to be politically sustainable because they weren't sure what NASA's future is. And in the meantime, commercial has closed the gap or superseded their capability because you're saving money. Dude, that's great. Saving money. That's lovely. That, I'm telling you, man, that... We're paying for the repercussions of the 2011 NASA Authorization Act, or the 2010. We're paying for the repercussions of that. 15 years later. And we're going to be paying for the repercussions of that for a long time. Hell, considering the downmass, install an SM6 tube on a Starship. There you go. Sure. Why not? Yeah, you worried about prop boil off? Dude, Aqualex, I mean... What are we talking about? What's our downmass to Mars orbit with a fully fueled Starship? You know, Starship at HLS variant flies. Why not just, have a Starship that just, has the, you could just have a shelf move out the side, right? And then just launch something out the side. It's a perfect flame trench because there's nothing beneath you. So what? It gets damaged. All right, whatever. You only needed it to land. The 2010 NASA Authorization Act, super. That is the act that canceled Constellation and retired the space shuttle and replaced it with nothing. If you don't have an overarching goal, an overarching human exploration operations mission directorate program to scale to, there's no reason for anything else to exist. There's no justification for it. Other than scientific understanding. But scientific understanding isn't going to get you capital in this particular case. And before people say, well, what do you mean it's not? Look at all these science missions. Yeah, look at all the science missions that gotten canceled. Chandra, Viper, layoffs at JPL. Where does that get us? That is a losing argument to make. Have you seen the Chinese ground-based tube launchers potato cannon it up into the air for a free and clear launch? Sure, man. I guess it comes down to risk management. Everyone in chat was asking earlier why the Skycrane version of MSR wasn't previously the baseline. But we forget MSR was from 2011, before Skycrane. So do you go with a Starship based on a promise of this? Yeah. And considering it has TPS issues versus developing a system starting now using your own nose and maturing other technologies yourself. Rocket Guy, my entire solution there is based off of hedging your bets because you shouldn't put all your eggs into a commercial basket, right? Even if Starship does everything that Elon says it does and more, NASA should still have the redundant capability, and this lays the groundwork for that. The MADV idea lays the groundwork for it. 3 closures on January 8th for ship rollout, most likely. ETA on trains or no today? Yeah, we can play derail, dude. Yeah, good conversations, dudes. Yeah, good discussions. Yeah, this obviously went further than I thought it would because it's me. SLS would be better to delete everything and start over. No. I don't think so. SLS flies. Canceling flown flight hardware is the dumbest thing that you could possibly do, is Phil. SLS needs to be refactored. That is like the one time where I say refactoring the contracts is probably, or actually rebaselining the contracts is probably your best bet. You clean sheet a new super heavy launch vehicle, say goodbye to the next 10 years. And that's with a blank check. Yeah, say goodbye to the next 10 years. Didn't want to derail the conversation. So you asked it 3 times? Oh, believe me, I saw it. Did you forget all about the space news from yesterday? We need to get through. Question. Yeah, Reindeer, I don't know why we're leaving NASA to the wind. This incessant need to commercialize everything at NASA and saving costs is basically diluting our entire national space program. We save some money, though. I only asked once before the stream. No, you just asked twice just now. You asked once before the stream and 2 times now. Bro, I can read a lot faster than I can talk. I've been doing this for a long time, man. I think the Pareto principle improvement to make SLS, i.e. the biggest affecting item and arguably one of the easiest to fix, is the contracting. We really need to incentivize to get at least 2 SLS launch vehicles manufactured for a year and not 3 every 2 years. Rocket Guy, 2 would be a good start. It needs to be 4. It needs to be 4. It needs to be 4. That's where that should be your ultimate goal. Where does the save money even go? It's not going to us, Graham, as taxpayers, that's for sure. I don't know where it goes. Look, I'm sick of being gaslit into thinking that this is all right. You know, NASA fighting over for table scraps is just how it is. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. It doesn't have to be like this, and you shouldn't be okay with it. In the long run, I don't think they're saving any money here. Yeah, Endo, so why didn't we just do Constellation in the first place then? We'd just done Constellation. Yeah, we would have gotten screwed 6 ways to Sunday out of our money as taxpayers, but at least we would have got people on the moon. Just saying. It goes in the square pockets. Yeah, Wisp, I know. Yeah, Yuri, Constellation was funded perfectly from 2004 to 2008. From 2008 to 2010, it was consistently underfunded. Probably because of the Great Recession, if I had to guess. That underfunding was used as the justification for canceling it, because the underfunding provided underperformance. Yama Rider, the more and more I think about it, I don't really blame him particularly. I blame the executive branch because his advisors told him that that was the right thing to do. And that's usually what you do as a commander-in-chief. You delegate. I don't really blame him, to be honest, nowadays. I can think of a couple people off the top of my head who are uniquely responsible for this problem. Yeah. And just like HLS, NASA asked for $3.2 billion and they got $830 million for HLS in the first year of funding. Yep. And now we got a lander. Don't get me wrong, Starship HLS is amazing, and I think SpaceX will be able to deliver it, but NASA is asking for a smart car, and they got a semi-truck. Another reason why NASA needs their own in-house architecture to do exactly what they want, and then use commercial as a supplementary mechanism. Like what commercial was originally envisioned for, with commercial resupply and commercial crew. You have to supplement an end goal. Commercial crew and commercial resupply are there, were there, and they make sense because NASA built the space station. NASA doesn't build the space station. What is the reason for commercialization? You're not saving money that way. Because all you're doing is shouldering the cost to commercial and setting up commercial to fail. Why do you think Collins pulled out of the spacesuit program? For this exact reason? Well, that's speculation, but I'm pretty sure it's that reason. Honestly, though, I'm unhappy with the way things are. I don't think we should run NASA like a business. Looking at the history of Amtrak and more recent events with the post office, I don't see things improving if we did. I'd much rather return to 2004 NASA instead. Look, there are people here saying that. I'm not saying run NASA like a business. I'm saying that NASA needs a goal. It needs a goal. And you don't fund a goal when your goal is pushing. You can't come up with a budget projection for how much a lunar program is going to cost. You can't. We could use Apollo as a placeholder, sure. Everything looks good compared to Apollo because it was the first one to do it. At the end of the day, you're going to push the envelope, it's going to cost money. It's going to cost you money, and that money should be funded on an on-need basis, not a budget projection. NASA should not be run by it like a business. It should not. Now, don't get me wrong. So if it's not running like a business, what's stopping NASA from just being a money printer and doing nothing? Goals and deadlines. You have to have a reason, right? And I know you agree on this. I'm saying it for everybody else's benefit. You should run it like a business. And this is, I think Rook knows that. I think he knows it. And I've always said, dude, that the money is there. NASA gets $23 billion a year. Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of that has been used for really, really quintessential science, like James Webb or something, or Curiosity or Perseverance, pick your poison. What has that done on a human exploration operations mission directorate front? What has it done with people? Commercial crew, flight operations? That's it? It's gotten us 1.5 commercial crew vehicles over the last 10 years. Or 11 years now. The money is there. You need a goal. You need a deadline. And that's why NASA needs its own redundant architecture. Redundant to SpaceX. SpaceX should be supplementary to NASA's goals. Like, launching a payload, launching a scientific payload, like Landsat or something, right? But for the operations that include NASA and human exploration, right? Or a NASA payload that you're not just putting into an orbit, like a climate monitoring satellite, NASA needs to do that, man. Because it's a very, very particular circumstance. I agree. You're right. I don't think it should be run like a business. It should not be run like a business because NASA's whole point is that you're in the unique scenario to fund stuff that doesn't make sense to fund from a commercial standpoint. Yet we see NASA being, facilities arguing over table scraps here. It's not even running it like a business. It's what they're doing now is not running it like a business. It's just deficient. People forget that the role of things like Amtrak, Post Office, and NASA is to be the blower to the blast furnace of the economy. Yeah, of course. I have no problem with the Post Office. The Post Office provides a unique capability in infrastructure that FedEx, Amazon, UPS, DHL, that they don't. You can do stuff, guys. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know how much you guys are on your computer. You can go to the post office and do a lot more than just mail things. Just saying. To be clear, having a business-oriented leader is not running NASA like a business, but I think NASA can gain a lot of benefit from using the best practices to manage businesses, such as vision and mission flowdown, department communications, and multidisciplinary teams. I don't see that now. So yeah, I think it should definitely see business-oriented practice being implemented. Sure. But those business-oriented practices, Rocket Guy, would you agree with me here? Those business-oriented practices don't necessarily need to be about cost cutting, right? The business-oriented practices need to be applied to an overall goal. What's your overall goal? You don't have a mission statement for your human explorations operations program that is clear, defined, that can be said in one sentence. You have no pitch for your space program. You can't leverage your business orientation here to do anything of use. Am I wrong? Absolutely. Okay, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, man. Post office sets the bar for minimum quality that others can't go below. We see what happens when you don't have that with telecom and healthcare. Sure. Yeah, good example. Pick your poison, dude. Mm-hmm. That was almost done for programs in the 2000s, X-38, X-33 Constellation, Piper Chandra. Yeah, exactly, Yuri. I'm arguing over table scraps reminds me of the OKBs design, in the 60s in the Soviet Union. They're fighting over table scraps. Glushko and Korolev and Kuznetsov and those guys, they're fighting over table scraps. Yeah, how did that end? That ended real good. You got 2 really nice launch pads out of it, though. How many mobile launches is NASA building? Well, they have ML1 and ML2. You got 2 really nice launch pads out of this. It works great. Sorry, guys. I don't like being right about this. It's really, really annoying. But whatever. What are you going to do? Personally, I don't think any business should be run to cut costs. It should be quality over everything, because if you have quality, the other things typically flow later, or at the least, you get a product or service that justifies the cost and can be used effectively. Yeah. That's great. No, we got to save costs. Quality is not everything. Yeah, Blackbird, for sure. But also at the same time, we are talking about spaceflight here. Quality needs to be not a stretch goal. It needs to be your rule. Because if you don't build high quality stuff with spaceflight, you get somebody killed. Am I wrong? Yeah, sorry for the bad vibes, guys. I don't mean to be this much of a jerk about this. It's just, I'm sick of compromise after compromise after compromise after compromise. This is just a symptom to a much bigger problem that I really hope Rook is going to solve. I really hope he understands this. That was just the last thing needed here. That's correct. Yeah, assuming he even gets confirmed. Nice, Yuri. There you go. I don't think Doge will, Josh, because Elon is a part of it, and there absolutely is a conflict of interest there. Elon's going to have to recuse himself from any efficiency audits because he has NASA contracts. Sorry. Go audit the post office or something. I don't know. Just showed up a bit. Quick take on the conversation. So Denny, here, I took notes. NASA has 30 samples in titanium cigar-shaped tubes on Mars that they want to get back. The in-house Mars sample return mission was axed in 2024 because they said costs could balloon up to $11 billion. When the program was axed, NASA had a team. They didn't replace it with another program. They had a team formed to assess your options for the next step for what your Mars sample return could be in the future. NASA has two options here. Option 1, rebaseline your architecture that was already there. Utilize this architecture using a modified Perseverance sky crane to land the Mars sample return architecture to the surface that includes launch vehicle coming back. Also, use Perseverance's arm for sample collection. Have your decontamination done on the surface instead of being done on a spacecraft, and build a new catch arm for your modified Perseverance arm to be able to get these samples out of the dirt. But in order to do all that, the sky crane needs to be 20% bigger, and your parachutes by proxy need to be rebaselined to do something like that. Cost of that program range at this point in time, the cost projection for that program is $6.6 to $7.7 billion. And that could get you, if funded correctly, could get you a return sample by 2035. Option 2 is using some type of commercial heavy lander and could cost $5.8 billion to $7.1 billion. But NASA didn't give any details on that architecture because it has proprietary info from the commercial contractors, Starship, and their designs really haven't been fleshed out yet. Once again, that could go up to $7.1 billion if funded correctly. Either one of these options could get you a direct return in 2035. And if there was also an option discussed to have your sample return shot back to Earth and get ballistically captured by the moon, which if you return the architectures to cislunar architecture, you're looking at a return for Mars sample because you got to go and get it by 2040. Talon, 104-month resub. Thank you. There's your synopsis. Thanks and wow, not surprised. And then Bill went on a whole diatribe about, or monologue, I guess would be the right way to say it, about how this all depends on the next administration funding this project. Bill Nelson says that you need, at the very minimum, a $300 million a year fund for the next, repeating for, well, I would assume till mission end, which is at least till 2035. So that means you need a $300 million bottom here, a baseline funding till 2035, which flat funds the program at $300 million for 10 years. That's what he said. But it is very much up to the next administration to figure out what they want to do here. The whole goal of this was to present them with options. So basically, they kicked the can down the road. Honestly, I see that lunar option as being tempting for the purpose of in-space storage of samples until we have practice at returning and handling samples from asteroids without contaminating them. Could be Aqualex. I think they're doing it because they don't have a lander big enough to get what they need down to the surface to get it back for a direct return. Because a heat shield and parachutes is too heavy. They don't. NASA is trying to build architecture out. They're trying to build a Mars ascent and descent vehicle with like 20-ton down mass capability. That doesn't exist. The closest thing that we have to that is Starship by a long shot. Or MADV. I mean, Curiosity, Perseverance, Sky Cranes, that's not going to get you anywhere. That's why they were discussing cislunar return and then using another vehicle to go and get it, which costs even more money now. Yeah. Dude, I don't mean to be cynical. I'm usually pretty damn optimistic about this stuff. This program, they will choose neither option. That's not how. They'll look at this and go, no, we'll figure it out ourselves. And that might not even be the right decision, to be honest with you. I don't know if that's the right decision. Who knows? Dudes, hold up. All right. Subject change real quick. Oh gosh, why is this becoming a thing? Oh no! What have you done? I didn't do it, man. I swear this is not my fault. I swear. No, God. Oh God. It kind of is. I'd say it's not my fault completely, but I am definitely not above blame here. Oh God. Oh boy. Grid fin maxing. Oh no. Oh jeez. I can't. Yeah, I gotta stop. All right. Someone's been watching. I know Joe, Brandon. Joe's a good dude. Good buddy of mine. I don't talk to him, though, as much as I nearly would want to. He's from around here. He's from my neck of the woods, too, or I'm from his neck of the woods. I don't know. Pick one. We come from the same place. Joe's been in here before, Sea Kraken, but I haven't seen him talk in a long time. Skycrane IMO is funny and a great idea. Yeah, Fierro, Skycranes aren't a bad idea. The problem is, if you want to build a bigger Skycrane, you need bigger parachutes. Those bigger parachutes don't exist. So, I don't know if you're familiar with Commercial Crew, how much Starliner and Dragon 2 got hanging around with Sawyer too much. How much they got hung up with parachute testing and how many times NASA forced them to redesign the parachutes. That ended up being your bottleneck. Yeah, it's not just make a bigger parachute. That is a very complicated thing to handle. So you want to build a bigger Skycrane, you need a bigger parachute. You want to build a bigger parachute, you need a bigger rocket to move it. I wonder if MADV testing, I wonder if Rook would propose a small return capsule with no heat shield to get to Mars orbit for a return on an earlier Starship test before human rating. Well, your ESA is building the return vehicle, Josh. Yeah. Why are parachutes hard? I'm trying to think of a good way to say this. Tension is what comes to mind here. Tension. What speed are you deploying your parachute at? What's the ballistic coefficient of your parachute?
Discovery,
how much tension is that putting on your cables? How much strain does that put on the entire thing? How are you going to get it to deploy straight every time? It's a big deal. It's a big question. Because remember, parachutes are fired out of a parachute mortar. You're basically shooting your parachute out of a gun. That gets it to unfurl correctly. You just deploy the thing, it's just going to get tangled, and then you just crash into the ground. Hey, Dragon, 57-month resub. Whoop! Excited for Flight 7. Yeah, baby. Today you played Helldivers. You've been democramaxing. Good man. There's a lot of material science. Yeah, entropic. Yeah, there's a lot of material science involved. That's a good question. You're going to make a bigger parachute. That bigger parachute is going to make more drag. You can't use the same damn cables that you used for the smaller parachute. Now you need to figure out a way to actually make a stronger rope. Is that doable? Sure. Of course that's doable. Your parachute's higher mass now. You're going to need a bigger mortar. What's your deployment mechanism? All mass increases here. So how much you're building a bigger parachute for a bigger lander, that's fine. Now you need a bigger rocket to launch it. Does that bigger rocket exist? Does it? You might even need a bigger fairing. Does the bigger fairing exist? I mean, I know what people are going to say. Well, Falcon Heavy, New Glenn. Yeah, of course. That's fine. Sure. Great. Good. So you're allocating a rocket for a vehicle that hasn't been invented yet. These parachutes, these bigger parachutes, this bigger lander, those don't exist. So what rocket is launching this thing? What if you go to design these parachutes and you redesign these heavier parachutes? That's all fine and dandy. Good, they work. We think they work great. You test them in the upper atmosphere of Earth, which is a good analog for Mars atmosphere. If you test at 30,000 feet, sure. Now they work just fine. Great, good. Our bigger lander, the Sky Crane, works great. It works excellent. Now we need, say you need an 8-meter fairing to launch something that big, because your heat shield needs to be a lot bigger, right? Because you're presumably moving a bigger object to the surface, right? 20% bigger Sky Crane, not going to fit in a 5-meter fairing. Sorry. That's not happening. 5-meter fairing is what your original Sky Crane was designed for. So now you need a bigger fairing. Okay, we have New Glenn. That's fine. 7-meter fairing. It should be able to fit in there. Does New Glenn have enough delta V to move this? It's a lot of questions to ask, dudes. Do we consider putting it on SLS? Well, sure. The SLS could absolutely do it if it had a cargo fairing. And if it, flew more. What mission are you allocating for this? Remember, there's like one SLS launch every 1.5 years at this point. How are we going to do that? How are you going to get it back in 2035 when all of the missions out to Artemis 12 are allocated already? You're going to just contract another SLS? Now your cost balloons exponentially because you need another SLS. Might not be the worst way to do it. See what I'm talking about? This gets out of hand real quick. It's not just redesigning another parachute. Redesigning the parachute is difficult in its own regard. That is already a difficult endeavor. But making a bigger chute is going to have ripple effects and trade-offs in your entire architecture. Sorry, I need to hear some Zoidberg. All right, good. Hopefully you've been listening to my explanations. I'm putting a lot of time and effort into them. Bring a 16-inch gun to Mars and launch it back to Earth. I don't hate it. 16-inch guns are heavy, though, Sea Kraken. That's the problem. Why not put bigger engines on it and supersonic retro propulsion it? With what rocket? Voltec. What are we doing? What are we using for that? Falcon? We're not using Falcon for that. If ESA is still working on the return vehicle, how can we still be unclear on what vehicle size and capabilities need to be? Whether it will go cislunar or direct. Your Mars ascent vehicle, Joshua. Your Mars ascent vehicle, right, needs to be a certain mass to get into orbit. That's the delta V formula. That's pretty straightforward stuff. Okay? Now you need to go get the samples. Okay? What if the calculations of all that, so like your rocket has enough to get back into space and rendezvous with an object. You give it enough delta V. And now you design its lander or design something to bring it down there, right? And that ends up exceeding the mass of your sky crane, which it does. Now what? Now you need a bigger lander. Now you got to redesign the lander. Now you got to redesign the parachutes for said lander. This gets out of hand real quick. And that's why the other program ballooned to $11 billion in cost, which kind of annoys me that NASA looked at that and said, oh, it's $11 billion is too much. Okay, based off of what? Compared to what? What is that too expensive compared to? Go ahead. I'll wait. And now they have this independent review team basically confirming that the reason why that program ballooned to $11 billion in cost is because you have a really big hardware problem in the form of no Mars ascent and descent vehicle. They didn't look at why the program was over budget. Technically they did by rebaselining some things. But this rebaseline is going to get them the same, gives them the exact same architecture, albeit with a couple of changes, right? And they're going to expect to get that sooner for less money because you changed a couple of things around that have nothing, that do not even remotely address your overarching problem. The overarching problem is that you don't have a lander big enough to move a Mars sample return down there. That's the problem. Sorry, EJ, I needed to hear Zoidberg. That's fine, man. So it's all good, man. Someone is covered. Yeah, exactly, all systems. That's what I mean. And that's why I think it's hilarious that Bill went in there and said, it's up to the next administration to fund this. It's not up to the next administration to fund your terrible ideas. It's no, it's not. It's not. It's not. Joshua, I get that the delta V calculations don't change. I'm just trying to figure out where the ESA factors into the future of the program if lunar capture is still on the table for the presumed heat shield changes. Oh, that was a guess from me, Josh. That was the cislunar thing was a guess. I'm pretty sure the ESA thing could, the orbiting vehicle, the return vehicle could do either one. But they have to design it around something. If you put it into cislunar architecture, it extends the time for the mission, right? It extends your operations window for the mission to 2040, potentially, because you need to go fish out something to get it. But you don't need to build as big of a launch vehicle because your sample return doesn't need thermal protection systems or parachutes at that point. That is moving a lot of mass out of your design so they can make the Mars sample return lander lighter, and then thus probably not have to rebaseline their sky crane. It's not a bad idea. It's just expediency. Let me look at my notes one more time. So the whole crux, the whole reason to sack the original Mars sample return in April of 2024 was because the cost could go up to $11 billion, could go, not has. The cost could go up to $11 billion for a return in 2040. And one of their pathways for this, their pathway for getting this back in 2035 would be a direct return to Earth. But if you're going to do that, you need to redesign your lander. You need to rebaseline the architecture that you have. Somehow NASA's going to do that for $3 billion less. And if they go with the cislunar option, right, you could potentially cut your costs down to as low as $6.6 billion. That's what it said in the notes. And if you do that, your potential cislunar return would be 2040 anyway. In which case, you return samples by 2040. We probably have a city on Mars by that point. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. But also, If we're not on Mars in 2040, I'm going to be a little upset. So NASA's somehow going to half their cost by 50% using the exact same architecture and get it back at the same time as the original program. Somehow. Somehow they're going to do that. Yeah, okay. I'll believe that when my crap turns purple. And smells like rainbow sherbet. Sure. Sure, yeah. No, we're going to cut costs. Yeah, of course you are. Here's your gold star. Sure. Okay. Of course you are. OSIRIS-REx's sample bay and heat shield capsule was 42 kilograms. It's not that much. Yeah, Sea Kraken, but a 42 kilogram payload, all right, compared to like a 20 kilogram payload for a Mars ascent vehicle is a big difference. That is a big difference in vehicle size. Doubling your payload mass or having your payload mass will give you not half of a launch vehicle, right? Because the delta V formula is inherently logarithmic, right? It's not linear. It's not a linear correlation in delta V. Double the payload mass doesn't equal double the delta V, right? Because you're using a logarithmic function. Am I wrong? Yeah, I got you. I got you. Posted in the KSP channel. All right, Yuri, let me see what's on tap here. Hang on a second. We did space news early, which means we're probably going to do trains in a little bit. You guys want to see some trains? People have been asking. And apparently I need to teach some of y'all how to train correctly. I'm getting it right now, Yuri. Give me one moment. Soup is almost dying done. Okay. So what is the budget if not 10 billion? Bill said the minimum required to get this done is $300 million a year for the next 10 years. Well, he didn't say next 10 years, but he said return in 2035. So I'm going to assume because it's 2025 and he says return in 2035, your baseline 300 million is probably for the next 10 years. And he said it needs to be flat funded, which is an idiotic thing to do for your space program. How do you know how much it's going to cost if you haven't done it? You don't. So, yep, there's a setup for failure right there. But yeah, that's what I assumed. I assumed it's the next 10 years. The 300 million for the next 10 years, which equates out to flat funding it. So that's 3 billion. That's not good, but he said his cost projections are 6.6 to 7.7 billion. That's what's going to be required. So flat funding it will absolutely not get you a return in 2035. Sorry if I'm in the past. Yeah, don't worry about it, Yuri. It's all good, man. Is the Satisfactory build completed over the holiday? No, it's probably about 30% done, Darkru. I wanted to get it done by Christmas, but I forgot that getting it done by Christmas means you have to balance that with Christmas. and holidays and hustle and bustle. My bad. We'll get it done. I'm going to play Satisfactory tomorrow. Let me just make sure there's no weird rocket launches at weird times tomorrow. Oh, there is. Yeah. There's a Starlink at 10:30 in the morning, or 10:27 a.m. Eastern. That's an hour or 2.5 hours before my start time. Or no, 1.5 hours before my regular start time. I'll be here at 10 tomorrow. We'll do the rocket launch and then we'll play Satisfactory. Are you still going to head down to Texas? If SpaceX give me a concrete launch date, I'll start planning my itinerary. Until then, I don't have any plans just yet. I want to, though, yeah. To be fair, it was a good effort to get it done. I want to finish it. We're too far in. We can't not finish it, dudes. That's just, I can't. We've committed. Okay, what is this? I don't want to unlock my offer. Get the frick off the screen. This is an article from Bloomberg. The former staffers of the independent video game publisher Annapurna Interactive that name's very familiar. Outer Wilds. Cool. Yeah, I saw it, Vargon. The former staffers of the independent video game publisher Annapurna Interactive, who resigned abruptly last summer following an acrimonious power struggle, will be taking over the portfolio of a past rival, which will be laying off some of its employees. Their new company, which does not yet have a name, will inherit the games and franchises of Private Division, the label formerly owned by Take-Two Interactive, according to people familiar with the deal. In November, Take-Two said it had sold Private Division for an undisclosed price. The unnamed buyer, according to the people who asked not to be identified, discussing non-public information, was Haveli Investments, a private equity firm based in Austin. The spokesperson for Haveli said the firm did not immediately have comment. In recent weeks, according to people familiar, Haveli struck a deal with ex-Annapurna staffers to fund the new company and place them in charge of distributing the former Private Division titles, including Tales of the Shire, out on March 25th, a farming game based off of The Lord of the Rings. They will also take over the popular Kerbal Space Program series, as well as an unannounced title from Game Freak, the developer and co-owner of the Pokemon franchise. When Haveli purchased Private Division from Take-Two, it inherited around 20 employees, some of whom will be laid off as part of the new arrangement, said the people familiar, although the specifics have not yet been finalized. The current leadership of Private Division has told employees to explore their options due to uncertainty surrounding their jobs. Private Division was founded in 2017 to publish mid-sized titles. It started strongly with such hits as the 2019 role-playing game The Outer Worlds, which sold 5 million copies. Outer Worlds is a great game. Yeah, for what it's worth. Good game. But the label lost momentum and proved to be an awkward fit within its larger parent company, eventually leading to layoffs and studio closures. Oh, that's what you call that. Okay. Wanted to know about that walkout thing. I remember that happening. I just don't remember what was the reason. This is off of the Wikipedia page, so take with it what you will here. It's American video game publisher, Animated Pictures. Outer Wilds is a good game. I have never played it on stream, but it's a good game. The company was founded as a division of Annapurna Pictures in 2016. There was their attempt to expand into the video games industry. Okay, cool, great, good. The company's early staff was composed of existing Annapurna executives, producer Neil Hemrajani, technology head James Massey, along with several video game veterans, including Nathan Gray, Deborah Mars, Hector Sanchez, and Jeff Legapsy, who have worked in Sony Interactive Entertainment's Santa Monica and Warner Brothers. Okay. In all three cases, employees reportedly reached out to Annapurna Interactive addressing concerns regarding an abusive and toxic work environment being created by the studio founders. In hopes of getting Annapurna Interactive to mediate, employees stated that the publisher was siding mostly with the founders in question. According to one former studio employee, representatives of Annapurna Interactive have been quoted responding that without strong personalities, games don't get made. Chris Pratt of People Make Games saw these incidents as part of a greater pattern of auteur culture that can be found across the film and gaming industry. Yeah, I needed to make sure. It's a distinctive approach. Usually a film director's filmmaking control is so unbounded and personal that the director is likened to the author of the film, thus manifesting the director's unique style or thematic focus. So, people trying to be Stanley Kubrick up in here. What they don't tell you is that Stanley Kubrick was a workaholic with obsessive compulsive disorder, and that's how he made his auteur style. But, you want to be like Stanley Kubrick. All right, cool. In 2022, Annapurna announced the formation of an internal game development studio headed by Chelsea Hash. Its first game, Blade Runner 2033 Labyrinth, was announced in 2033. I'm just trying to get to the... Annapurna Interactive made its first acquisitions in South African studio 24-Bit Games, a studio which had provided support for other indie games such as Gone Home, Neon White, and Cocoon. According to IGN and its sources, Ellison became more involved with Annapurna Pictures at the start of 2024, letting go of Massey as his role was considered redundant and putting Gary back as president of Annapurna Interactive. However, other sources claim that Gary was also let go at this time. The events led to some of the Annapurna Interactive staff to quit, and Ellison sought to understand what the issues were. After conversing with the remaining staff, Ellison brought back Gary and Massey, reestablishing them in Annapurna Interactive. And Ellison, is that Larry Ellison or his daughter? Interesting. Yeah, Magellan for sure. Absolutely. Hang on. Yeah, Larry Ellison. Okay. Okay. All right. Yep, sure. Shortly after this, Ellison rehired Sanchez to lead a new games and interactive division within Annapurna Pictures. This effort was spearheaded by Annapurna Pictures' deal with Remedy Entertainment to fund development of Control 2, along with getting the television and film rights to Control and Alan Wake. Internally, this new division would become Annapurna's division for AAA games, while Annapurna Interactive would remain focused on indie games. However, Annapurna Interactive staff were not informed of these deals. Ooh. Just tune in. What's the context here? You'll find out if we keep reading. Yeah, Drummer, it's the buyer, a supposed buyer for KSP2. When Remedy publicly announced its deal with Annapurna in August 2024, Annapurna Interactive staff were confused and tried to approach Ellison about their previously proposed split, but Ellison did not join these negotiations, instead taking more control in Annapurna Interactive. At the start of September 24, Gary Massey, Mars, and Vela submitted a co-resignation letter. Annapurna Pictures reported at the time they were planning to integrate the interactive division among their other branches. Following week, Bloomberg Noob's Jason Schreier reported Annapurna Interactive's entire staff of 25 had resigned. The group tried to continue their previous discussions on establishing Verset, but Ellison did not respond to their messages. Following these resignations, Sanchez took over Annapurna Interactive with the help of other staff, and while they intend to honor existing publication deals, the resignations left some questions regarding what support developers publishing through Annapurna Interactive would get. Some developers with projects under Annapurna Interactive, including Davey Redden and C418, word, and Beethoven and Dinosaur, stated that their forthcoming or planned games were not affected. Remedy Entertainment was not affected as Annapurna Pictures was responsible for their collaboration. Blade Runner 2033 Labyrinth, which was being developed internally, was also left in question since the internal development team had also resigned. Though Annapurna Interactive reiterated plans to release the game following the transition. Annapurna announced that development of Silent Hill Townfall will still continue. So these people right here, Gary, Massey, Mars, and Vela, those are the people that acquired the rights to Take-Two through a private equity firm. Yeah, the division's buyer was Haveli Investments. Chris Pratt is a tool. I don't know who that is. To be honest, Raiden, I have no idea who that is. I don't really care. Interesting. So there's a chance KSP2 will be redeveloped. It's possible. Guys, okay, I got to look at both sides of this. It seems like there was a very, very big disconnect at Annapurna between the people that actually wanted to make the games and the people that were funding these games getting made. So like the higher ups in the company and the developers weren't very much seeing eye to eye here. Now that goes both ways. My gut is to say that, you know, the upper management, this is a gut feeling. I don't know. This is entirely speculation on my part. I'm just entertaining hypotheticals here to try and figure out what's going on. My gut is telling me that they got squeezed by upper management. It didn't like it to the point where it just doesn't make sense. Like there's you're not going to get, like, you can only squeeze so much water out of a sponge, right? Like, and the sponge being your employees here. And that's a shame, right? You shouldn't hamstring your employees like that, because then they don't, you end up stressing them out so much that they don't produce anything and leave. Yeah, which seems to be what happened. The flip side of that is you hired all these people, you invested a good amount of money into getting this project off the ground, and you haven't produced anything. However, I don't think that is exactly what went down here, because they started publishing a ton of games. Donut County, Kentucky Route Zero, Outer Wilds, which is a fantastic game, Sayonara Wild Hearts, Wadham, What Remains of Edith Finch, Telling Lies, Neon White, and Stray. So, and those aren't bad games either, so I'm going to guess that it's probably a very big disconnect between, people making, like, I'd say it's the developers are in the right here. Right? Because if they didn't produce anything for a long time, then you could make the argument that these people are just, freeloaders, right? I know it doesn't sound like that. You're a towel! Don't forget to bring a towel. Stray, otherwise known as 2022's most boring game. But see, then again, these people aren't developers. They seem to be publishers. They're in charge of distribution of private division titles. So I'm not sure the people that are taking over Kerbal are necessarily developers here. I don't know enough about them. I hope they are. Oh boy, I sure do love walking around as a cat for 5 hours. Game of the year right there. Oh, that game! That's Stray? The game where you're the cat? Oh. Oh. No, Leoshin, I haven't. Oh, that game. I remember that game. That was flavor of the month. It was so funny because, like, look at how minimal it is. You're just a cat. Ha 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 ha. I didn't play it. So I don't know. I can't really speak enough to whether this bodes well or bad for Kerbal IP, you know. Stray's actually nice if you like world building and environment. Not for everybody, but the people who like it, for the people who like it, there weren't really other options. Yeah, sure. Sure, I mean, obviously it did good. It got a lot of hype, man. Like, I don't know. I remember the game. I don't know anything about it, so I can't really say, you know? Kid in Space Agency is there to replace the hole in our hearts. I hope so, man. I really hope so. Like, really hope so. The fact that KSA will have a custom engine is already a good thing. Yeah, Luiso, and they've this custom engine utilizes double and not float for their calculations, which is pretty rad. Did you see the latest KSA dev preview? I have not. What KSP alternatives are good right now? Juno New Origins is good, decent enough if you want to scratch the itch. Is there a KSP, what KSP2 alternatives are there? KSP1 with mods is what I would recommend. Juno just doesn't do it for me. It's a good game. It just seems eh. Hey Rivian, what's going on? Happy New Year. Stray can be summed up as explore the world, find out the story that already happened, and take events to the last yard to their conclusion. Neat. So gameplay kind of like LA Noire. Aqualex, yeah. They removed the login. Yeah, because Private Division doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, Zeri, I know what you mean. Ah, look at this. People are... John Krause is already... And just send humans to do it. Joe, I'll go. We don't have the right spacesuits yet, but I can hold my breath really, really long. Now there's an idea. Send that thing to go and pick it up. No breathe maxing. Yeah. Optimaxing. Oxygen maxing. Oxymax. Wait, no, that sounds bad. Please don't send AI robots to do what humans should be doing. It'll set a bad example and humans will never get there in this century. Oxymax sounds like a 2000s cleaning product. I hate to tell you, but we already send robots. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Beast. All right, dudes. Well, I think I've covered this press conference pretty sufficiently. Thing is that took up a lot of time. I probably shouldn't have gone this far, but I'm not sure. What do you guys want to do? I'm gonna need a break. I gotta go get some water. I'm starting to get a headache. I'm probably gonna go get some soup too. Yeah. And we could do more space news when I get back, or we could play with trains.
Go at throttle up.
Hey, Joe Ho, 62-month resub. Thank you. Nick Knack, removing mountain. That's tomorrow. Yep. I'd like space news with soup. Did someone say trains? Are you not into trains? Would you be on launch day with NSF for stakeout? If I did go down there, Zura, yes. Soup news. Can I get a space bread bowl? Yes. No. Can we get soup news? I will report on my findings of the soup while we're driving a train around. Ship 33's payload is being integrated on Starbase Live. Oh, I know. I have it up there. Or it did. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, they're putting dud Starlink chassis into it, which is pretty rad. All right. Guys, let's see. It's 4:15. Yeah, the schedule got all screwed up today because of this press conference. I should have taken that into account. EJ's train and soup review. So yeah, for the rest of the night when I get back, we're gonna play some derail. We'll play with trains. Yeah, I think I've covered space news pretty sufficiently here. So yeah, give me on the YouTube side of things, give me about 30 minutes. On Twitch, just stay here. I'll put on some music in the background, and yeah, we'll get some trains going here momentarily. We will rail max. Okay, we're gonna go train maxing. Okay. All right. I will be back. Give me about 30 minutes. Okay, probably less. I'm gonna go eat the frick out of this soup. Okay. Hope you enjoyed EJ's Space and Press Conference review. That's going to do it for me right now. We'll be back in 30 if you're on Twitch. YouTube, you're going to get a momentary loss of signal. Or if you're watching this on a VOD, bye. I'll be back in a sec.